Good morning. How is everybody? It's good to see real people, right? It's good to see real people. You're not on a screen in a grid, so welcome everybody. Really happy you're here. I'm going to introduce the blessing this morning. It's pre-recorded, but Chief Mann is in the room with us. Chief Vincent Mann is the chief of the Turtle Clan of the Ramapo Lenape Nation. He is currently co-creating the United Lenape Walk to restore Lenape culture and provide educational opportunities across the region. He recently co-founded the Muncie Three Sisters Medicinal Farm, and with Michaeline Picaro, clan mother Michaeline Picaro, to create local jobs for more more importantly, to bring back food sovereignty to his clan. So we're going to show his blessing, and then we have the honor of being in the house of Linda Harrison, and she'll come and offer a few words of welcome on behalf of the Newark Museum.
Kiha Kolomosi, Ninjushinzi Kikai Man, Nunjiai Lamawo Tekwa, Lamawo Wanjikil, Anishi Ki Shalo Moquin, Elamilian Yonkwai Kishquik, Wakukna Aki, Wak Tenda, Wak Umbi, Wakirongo Matzi, Wak Nimbu Masawakanum, Anishik, 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 Anishik. How is everyone today? My name is Chief Vincent Mann. I'm the Turtle Clan chief of the Ramapo Lenape Nation. I come from the Ramapo Mountains. Thank you, Creator, for giving us this day, our Mother Earth, the fire and the water. We thank you for all of our relations. And most importantly, we thank you for our lives. And I thank the four directions. Today is a true blessing for myself, as I represent the Turtle Clan of the Ramapo Lenape Nation, but I also stand for all indigenous people of these lands, known now today as New Jersey. Our communities have been spread out across North America, out west and into Canada. And so today, being honored with being able to share our language, to being able to share this space, and being honored enough to be asked to offer a blessing for such a wonderful event. When we sit here, particularly this month, known as Black History Month, we really should take the time to understand the true histories of this land. And as our Lenape ancestors were being forced from our land through land deeds and atrocities and such, what was happening on the other side of that was that our ancestors were also being enslaved by the colonial settlers who found their way here. And over time, Africans from Africa began to find their way here as well as indigenous people, you know, from not just Africa, but from the islands. And through time, being who we are as Muncie-speaking people, loving, caring, respectful people, honorable people, you know, when we saw what was being done, not just to, you know, those indigenous people from the islands and from from faraway continents is like Africa, but also the Irish as well. And when there was the opportunity for us to take and help and save those people from the atrocities that were happening to them, we did. And they became a part of the Lenape. They became a part of who we are, the fabric, the true fabric of what makes America what it is today. And so honoring our shared histories, our shared lives, to our very DNA is something that we all should be proud of. You know, we fight for, you know, not just civil rights, but our human rights. We fight for our rights to be able to work, to our rights to be able to vote, our rights to be able to sit here today, just as I am acknowledging, you know, all of my relatives and giving an acknowledgement to the shared history that we have of enslavement. And today, you know, enslavement still is a part of our everyday life. You know, racism is born from that space as well. And it won't be until we all can acknowledge, you know, the undying legacies of the past and come together and wipe those tears, you know, from each other's eyes, will this country have an opportunity to truly heal. With that, I just want to again say how honored I am to be asked to be the person who offers this blessing. Not that it should stop after my words do, because these words will go into the wind and they will travel. And with those blessings, I say Anishik, I say thank you to all of you, and Kishalomokwen, the one who creates all things. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I want to welcome you to the Newark Museum of Art. And we like to think that we welcome everyone with inclusive experiences that spark curiosity and foster community. And that's really important to us. It was a shift that we made in our mission to have not only objects be important, but how about the people be important, and particularly the people of the community, and we not be a museum that just sits in a neighborhood, but we are a museum of the community. I also want to acknowledge the traditional homelands, and I love the blessing that we had just earlier of the Lenape, also known as the Delaware, upon which this Newark Museum of Art sits. This is part of our being a museum for everyone. I also want to, in these just very short remarks, I want to share with you, not yesterday, but Thursday, I had the pleasure of being at the opening reception for the Picturing Black Girlhood, Moments of Possibility. And if you missed it, you just better get there, because I cried, I smiled, I was proud. This is 4 floors that express Newark, that the images, not only of the young girls that we are all seeing as visitors, were just stunning, but just the fact that we were seeing these girls, I'm seeing people that look like me that are on the walls. And I can tell you, when I was at a museum a long, long time ago when they had field trips in Chicago, I was at the Art Institute, and I saw nothing that looked like this exhibit that you will experience over these next few weeks. And it just really meant so much that we are no longer being invisible, and that young girls, I heard a poet yesterday, 16 years old, that was so brave, just fearless. And I want to grow up to be like that 16-year-old yesterday. So we are equally proud to be part of Rutgers Newark, the most diverse university in the country committed to social justice. I've seen it for myself, and part of this prestigious Black Portraitures and the 42nd annual Marion Thompson Wright lecture series. So it is my pleasure to have you here in your house. And it is also my pleasure to turn over this continued welcome to a progressive thinker, an impactful collaborator, and how about a fun guy? Dr. Jack Chen, director of the Clement A. Price Institute on Ethnicity, Culture, and the Modern Experience at Rutgers University. Welcome, Jack.
Welcome to Marion Thompson Wright Lecture Series number 42. My name is Jack Chen. I'm honored to be the director of the Clement A. Price Institute for Ethnicity, Culture, and the Modern Experience. Let's all take one deep collective breath. We need it anyhow, but it's also the breath in memory, certainly, of George Floyd, who uttered those words heard around the world. Let's take a deep breath for ourselves. Thich Nhat Hanh was an exiled, engaged Buddhist who influenced Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. to come out against the US war in Vietnam. And this became a central part of King's war on poverty. So Thich Nhat Hanh just passed away at the age of 95, and breathing for him had been the basic means for human resilience and resistance. Breathing in, I calm myself, these are his words. Breathing out, I feel at ease. We can sync all those online with those few of us who are here in person. Breathe in, I smile. Breathe out, I release. We want to shed the stress of the week. So breathe in, I dwell in the present moment. Breathing out, I feel it is a wonderful moment. It is with this dwelling in the wonderful present moment that Clement Price enjoyed standing here each year saying, on the third Saturday of every February, the Marion Thompson Wright Lecture Series is Newark's civic virtue, yes, but civic ritual. This gathering is the joyous breakbeat that syncopates each year and any mood. We've been through tough times of late, but also times full of possibilities, creating what must be yet. In the words of James Baldwin, we begin again. Throughout the day, we'll be celebrating the brilliant speakers and organizers of this year's focus on play and performance as their discussions unfold. Thank you, dear former NYU colleagues Deb Willis and Awam Amka, the visionary curators of Black Portraitures. Thank you, Salamisha Tillett and Aaliyah Allen and Nick Klein for curating Picturing Black Girlhood, Moments of Possibility, and Scheherazade Tillett, Black Girls Play, and curating the discussion today. This cultural organizing has been especially difficult during these endless pandemic moments. We are sorry we can only have limited live audience today joining us, but next year we'll be together. We also want to celebrate the publication of the Marion Thompson Wright Reader, lovingly pulled together with an insight-filled biography by Graham Russell Gow Hodges. In becoming Marion Thompson Wright, Professor Hodges cites Wright as an exemplar of what Angela Davis formulated as the Black radical imagination. MTW, according to Hodges, but really in the words of Angela Davis, believed that the world you want to come into existence can happen. I think this is how Black folks have engaged with and invested in and articulated freedom as an ideal and as an everyday practice. As a historian, I would be remiss if I did not also acknowledge another important historical date in Greater Newark. That date is February 25th, 1643. Yeah, 1643. It was in the dark of night on that February evening that Dutch Governor Willem Kieft of New Amsterdam sent out mercenaries to massacre two groups of Lenape communities. One raid was at Corlear's Hook in Manhattan, on today's Lower East Side by the East River, just under the Williamsburg Bridge. And the other one was at Pavonia, near today's Liberty State Park in Jersey City. I won't go into details about the massacres. You can read about them yourselves. These massacres were all part of the dispossession of these sovereign people of this land. Settler colonialism in the Anglo-North American and Caribbean worlds have always entwined with the indigenous peoples of these lands and the indigenous people from African lands voyaging the Black Atlantic. Indeed, the seeds from both cultural traditions have also given humanity to this place despite the many injustices that continue to be perpetrated. These gifts feed our souls and our understandings. May we keep the memory and histories of the deep historical bonds of those dispossessed, enslaved, and dehumanized alive, and that all must become a part of our storytelling. And now it's my pleasure to introduce Carla Cook, who will grace us with Lift Every Voice and Sing. We have her incredible voice that will be a cappella today. Her career has spanned more than 3 decades, performing in concert halls and nightclubs and jazz festivals throughout the US and Europe and Russia, Central Asia, Canada, Brazil, the United Arab Emirates, Africa, and Australia. Please welcome Miss Carla Cook.
Please stand. Lift every voice and sing till earth and heaven ring, ring with the harmony of liberty. Let our rejoicings rise high as the listening skies. Let it resound loud as the rolling sea. Sing a song full of the faith that the dark past has taught us. Sing a song full of the hope that the present has brought us. Facing the rising son of our new day begun. Let us march on till victory is won. God of our weary years, God of our silent tears, thou who hast brought us thus far on the way, thou who hast by thy might led us into the light, keep us forever in the path we pray, lest our feet stray from the places, our God, where we met thee, lest our hearts, drunk with the wine of the world, we forget thee, shadowed beneath thy hand, may we forever stand, true to our God, true to our native land.
Thank you so much, Carla. Thank you. That was wonderful, and thank you, Wayne Winborn, for helping us find Carla. It's now my pleasure to introduce one of the longstanding supporters of MTW. Sharon Harris leads social responsibility and partnership at Prudential and is president of the Prudential Foundation. Her responsibilities include leading the company's philanthropic strategy, overseeing the distribution of over $62 million in grants and charitable contributions, as well as managing Prudential's skill-based volunteering and multicultural partnership programs. She serves as chairman of the Newark Trust for Education, co-chairs the Racial Equity Narrative Change Working Group, and has recently been appointed as trustee for the New Jersey Pandemic Relief Fund. Please join me in welcoming Sharon Harris.
Good morning, everyone. Again, my name is Sharon Harris, and I'm president of the Prudential Foundation. And Jack mentioned a number of boards, but I am so proud to co-chair the Newark Anchor Collaborative with Nancy Chancellor in our work here in acknowledging that Prudential is an anchor institution among many that are committed to the continued revitalization of the city of Newark. But I am so happy to be here today for the 42nd MTW lecture series. And this is the first time in 2 years that we have been able to convene in person. So I am very grateful to see you all here today in person. The lecture series, as we all know, was named in honor of East Orange native Marion Thompson Wright, one of the first Black female professional historians in New Jersey and a pioneer in curating Black New Jersey history. And it has become, for all of us, a cultural tradition in Newark, bringing scholars, civic and community members together to honor Black history. So I am proud to say that Prudential has been a partner of the Price Institute and the lecture series since its inception. And I would like to thank Salamisha Tillett, Jack Chen, and Linda Harrison for their leadership in organizing today's event. This year's theme, Play and Performance, focuses on the critical role Black art plays in reimagining Black futurity in the world today. So I hope you all enjoyed today's lecture as we celebrate Black joy, Black art, and Black culture, and the role it plays in cultivating creativity, empowerment, and new possibilities for our communities. Thank you.
Good morning. Welcome again to the 42nd Annual Marion Thompson Wright Lecture Series, Play and Performance. I'm Sharon Butterfield, Executive Vice Chancellor at Rutgers University, Newark, and a professor in sociology. I've also had the privilege, and it absolutely was, of serving as the Associate Director of the Clement A. Price Institute on Ethnicity, Culture, and the Modern Experience under Dr. Price. And that was before I moved into administration. Love you all. So this event has a particularly special resonance for me. This is the lecture series that Clement Price and Giles Wright built. We need to say it again. It is, of course, an annual event that, as Professor Chen already said, Dr. Price once pronounced was Newark's greatest civic ritual. As many of us are aware, this lecture series, or MTW as it's affectionately called, by many of us, has convened some of America's greatest public intellectuals, historians, actresses, artists, musicians, all to explore Black history and Black culture. Today's MTW is no different. It has simply an incredible lineup of some of the most amazing artists who explore, interrogate, challenge, and celebrate Black culture. Honestly, I can barely contain my excitement. I'm just here for the show. Ever since I learned of this year's MTW's theme, thank you, Salamisha, Jack, and Nick, I've been thinking nonstop about Clem and Giles and how they are somewhere smiling as this year's theme embodies everything that they had hoped for when they created the lecture series: the visibility, acknowledgement, and honoring of the Black experience. For those of you who unfortunately did not know Dr. Price, he had a unique way of engaging everyone he met, regardless of race, gender identity, color, class, faith, etc. He cared for people who not only had $5 to their name, but $5 million, and you couldn't tell the difference. Everyone who met Dr. Price thought that he was their best friend because he would make you feel incredibly special when you were in his presence. Simply, he saw and valued your humanity. And that is what today represents. In centering play and performance, Black people are seen in all of their resplendence. The work of the artists whom we will be hearing from shortly engages people of all backgrounds because of how they depict the beauty and complexity of Blackness. Whether through the medium of photographs, textiles, plays, TV, film, or music. We just heard music. Black people are cherished, cared for, and loved. Whether the work is heartwarming, heart-wrenching, or sometimes heartbreaking, it is clear that the artists are committed to articulating the narrative of Black humanity. Art that centers and is respectful of Black culture facilitates feelings of power, strength, self-esteem, action, and activism. And we are all here for it. Because we, too, believe that art can create social change in ways that are boundless. You all are friends, you artists, speakers, are all friends in our heads because, like Dr. Price, you made us feel seen, valued, and valuable. So I say to the speakers today, in the words of our friend Dr. Clement Price, bless your heart. Actually, bless your hearts for blessing ours. And now I have, oh, you're so cute. And now I have the privilege of introducing to you, honor and privilege, to introduce another artist who uses his talents and his day job to improve the human condition for the residents of Newark, New Jersey, and that's Mayor Baraka. In addition to being committed to improving education, reducing crime, reimagining public safety, tackling the city's housing crisis, and developing innovative and community-driven approaches to eliminating income inequality, Mayor Baraka is a poet, an author, and a spoken word artist. If you haven't already, I encourage you to read his collection of poems, Black Girls Learn Love Hard, and watch his spoken word video, What We Want. He also, the thing sometimes people forget, but it's important for me because I'm old, he also has an appearance on the Miseducation of Lauryn Hill album, which is still a classic. You can't beat that album, I'm sorry. Mayor Baraka exemplifies art and activism, and we are thrilled that he could join us this morning. Welcome the Honorable Raz J. Baraka.
Thank you. I love that introduction. It's a pleasure to be here. First, Linda Harrison, this is amazing to be back in this place. It's beautiful. And I think you're doing an outstanding job here at the museum, by the way. And the energy and magnetism that you bring to this can be felt miles and miles away. And you are unapologetically who you are, and I just love it all the time. So thank you. Obviously, it's a pleasure to be here. 42 years is a long time to continue this kind of public dialogue and debate, and I think that's what Dr. Price wanted, wanted to have public discourse around academic issues that usually rest at the university can now live in the public sphere. So this is a great opportunity to do that, and it's always a pleasure to see Chancellor Cantor here. Good to see you in person. Looking forward to getting past this so we can continue to do the work that we're doing. And it's probably the first time, too, I might be wrong, but it's the first time I've seen the president of the university here as well, President Holloway, so thank you. Certainly the first time I sat by you during the MTW, sat by the president of the university, so maybe that's a sign of something incredible to come for the city, for the university, for all of us. So thank you for being here. Salamisha and all the other folks that put this together today, thank you a million times. I think the theme, play, and performance is ingenious, particularly in the middle of this pandemic. That is important. We've always had to hide who we were, and oftentimes we hid it in our song, in our dance, in our music, in our plays. And our history was motion, and our motion was history. And we use our art, our song, as an opportunity to tell our story to each other for the most part, and to leave it as stones, like the stones in the Jordan, for others to carry on when they came behind us. Those kind of things, those refrains, the art that you see on the walls, the TV, the movies, we use that as an opportunity to be ourselves safely and, to play, to smile, to laugh, to dance. Objectively is resistance. Objectively is resistance to a place that makes us less than. And so when we laugh in a place that tries to make us frown and cry, it is absolutely positively the showing that God is real, that our ability to move forward is a part of God's resistance, not just our resistance, and we are in motion and in step with that, which also means we're going to win, right? Which also means we're going to win. So that being said, I look forward to the lecture today, and I'm so thankful that we have discovered play and performance and laughter and dance in the middle of a pandemic, because we are from a people who've learned to sing in the dark for a very, very long time. God bless you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It is now a privilege to introduce Jonathan Holloway, a U.S. historian, and he's the 21st president of Rutgers University, and not insignificantly, the first African-American president of the university. Prior to accepting this presidency of Rutgers, Dr. Holloway was provost of Northwestern University, and prior to that was dean of Yale College and the Edmund S. Morgan Professor of African American Studies, History, and American Studies, for all the obvious reasons why he is here today. President Holloway's scholarly work specializes in post-emancipation U.S. history with a focus on social and intellectual history. He has written numerous books that we don't have time to go into today, but please do look them up, with the most recent book being The Cause of Freedom, A Concise History of African Americans, which came out just last year. Don't know how you found the time, Mr. President. He serves on the boards of the Smithsonian's National Museum of African American History and Culture, the Andrew Mellon Foundation, the University's Research Association, the Institute of International Education, and the Academic Leadership Institute, just to name a few. Committed to our work, committed to our mission, and committed to the MTW program, President Holloway.
Good morning. You all should be invited up to speak so you get to take the mask off. It's a wonderful thing. I want to thank you all for coming. Thank you for that kind introduction. And thanks, Mayor Baraka, and for joining us and for speaking with such eloquence and authenticity. It's an extraordinary day capping a remarkable week. Now, when you have a position like mine, you're given written comments all the time. And having heard for the second time this week my friend Sharon Butterfield light up the room and hearing Mayor Baraka offer his praise song, as it were, I feel the need to ignore all the notes that were given to me. So bear with me one moment. This is a remarkable week, but it is, for me personally, something like a homecoming. When you offered the history of Clement Price, who was such a known and powerful figure in the history of Newark, of New Jersey, of this country, I was reminded of the first time I met him. It wasn't at an academic conference. It wasn't in a lecture hall. It was in a private room in Washington, D.C., where the late, great Claudine Brown had summoned together a panel of other leading figures in the world of African American history as she was doing groundbreaking work on the African American Museum project, which a decade or so later would be authorized and turned into the National Museum of African American History and Culture. I was there not as a leading scholar. I had not written my dissertation yet. I was actually a summer fellow for the project. And my mentor, where is she? Deb Willis. There, oh, there you are. No, hiding out in the corner over there. So this, I mean, the journey may be long, as the mayor pointed out, but it is a journey that when we work together, we can accomplish great things. It's a journey when we work together, we can build institutions that catalog our history. It's a journey that when we work together, we can bring along the next generation, as Deb did for me, and as she's done for so many other people. It's a journey that if we remember where we've been, we can have a better understanding of where we're going, and that's what this lecture series is all about. Now, I had the great honor to be at the reception for over in Express Newark on Thursday night and had my mind blown by the work that we saw there that was about telling a story that's often untold, showing a humanity that's often ignored in these images of Black girls and Black girlhood. And also what's important is the juxtaposition of what I'll call classic photographs, although not recognized as classics, but classic photographs with brand new voices and brand new images. Again, a hearkening to the past for the sake of the present to imagine a better future. And I want to echo what the mayor said. This theme of play and performance for the rest of the conference is really quite critical, because really, when are we allowed to play? When are we allowed to perform for ourselves? That this work, this exhibit, this conference is about the interiority of the Black experience, and one that has been ignored, denied, or rendered as an impossibility. It is anything but that. Now, speaking about today's lectures, lecture in particular, my understanding is that this is a break from past practices. Lecture is becoming dialogue, one in conversation with another. With the talented and accomplished people we are welcoming today, I'm sure it's going to be fantastic. Now, as college president, few things are more gratifying when the things you say that you put in the press release are actually real. I talk a lot about and this predates me, of course, Nancy Cantor has embodied this in all of her work throughout her career, talk about the importance of the university to the community and vice versa. Marion Thompson Wright Lecture Series has been doing this for more than 40 years. Let's acknowledge the journey that brought us to the moment and celebrate where we go forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, President Holloway. And my third privilege is to introduce my girl, Nancy Cantor, Chancellor of Rutgers University, Newark, who is recognized nationally and internationally for her leadership in emphasizing the role of universities as anchor institutions in their communities, especially by forging diverse, cross-sector collaboratives and leveraging publicly engaged scholarship to advance racial equity and equitable growth. Prior to her current position, Chancellor Cantor was Chancellor and President of Syracuse University. And there are a bunch of other things she did, but one of the other things that she allowed me to say today is that we're also talking to a former dancer. So as we talk about play and performance, there she is. An author of numerous books, chapters, and scientific journal articles, Chancellor Cantor writes on equity and access and racial and social justice and diversity. Is a member of a ton of organizations, one that President Harris talks about, the Newark Anchor Collaborative, but also the New Jersey Performing Arts Center, co-steers the President's Alliance on Higher Education and Immigration, and just is an advocate for justice all day, every day, for our students, for our faculty, for our staff, and for the country. Please welcome Chancellor Nancy Cantor.
Oh boy, this is meant for tall people. Okay, I'm gonna tiptoe here. Maybe I have to dance. Thank you, Sherry Ann, always for everything. So thank you, dear colleagues and friends who've organized this wonderful gathering. Thank goodness we are here and doing this. I want, in that spirit, if you will, to take a moment to pay tribute to James Leo Price Jr., our dear Clem's brother, whom we lost this past January, but whose decades of dedicated work as a nationally distinguished school principal and educator reminds us of the work ahead for all of us to use education and the arts as a time and place to come together and share our minds toward a better world. I was looking at James's obituary the other day again, and there's a photo of him that has that same Clem Price smile. So bless you, Clem and James. Indeed, we're living in a very serious moment when historical revelation, at the very heart of the task of 42 years of MTW, that propels the commitments today to revelatory truth of the scholars and artists and citizens who come together in the Clement Price Institute, Express Newark, and the Newark Museum of Art, and that animates the heartbeat of our mayor, of our city of Newark, over all these many decades, is under attack. Yes, we are living in a serious moment when historical revelation is feared more than celebrated. Yet we, my friends, are here today to celebrate, no matter what. We're living in a time when the power of historical revelation, whether from journalists in the 1619 Project or legendary novelists from Toni Morrison to Margaret Atwood to Art Spiegelman, brings forth a movement all too familiar from past centuries of repression to the ban the books and any teaching related to race and gender and sexuality. In fact, there's so much pent-up racist energy, according to Dana Milbank in the Washington Post, and I quote, that PEN America reports that in the first 3 weeks of January 2022, 71 gag order bills banning the teaching of certain concepts were introduced or pre-filed in state legislatures across the country. Yes, all of a sudden, protecting children, well, white children, from the discomfort of historical revelation narrated through the power of a novelist's words, an artist's pictures, and a serious teacher's voice, is more urgent than ensuring that all the children in the classroom will grow in a world where they can speak their own voices. And speaking of voices, we live in a progressive state that can't quite bring itself to say the word reparation. To quote our dear mayor and dear partner Ryan Haygood from the New Jersey Institute for Social Justice, or to own up to the responsibility of school desegregation, as our colleague Elise Boddy and the New Jersey Coalition for Diverse and Inclusive Schools continues to fight for, in order that the voices of all of our children are heard by all of our children in the same classroom, not miles apart in the red line geographies defined by the very history that so many now want to whitewash. What then do we do when historical revelation confronts the silencing of whitewashing? Certainly, we fight back in the courts and cheer the brilliance of the lone black woman who will be heard, even as the progress of affirmative action is dismantled by those who fear those very voices being educated. Certainly, we jump past the obstacles relentlessly erected to get to the voting booth and send voices of reason and moral responsibility to govern us all. Certainly, we unite to contribute to affordable housing, to capitalize local businesses, and to cultivate all the nascent talent in our midst at our schools and universities. Yes, we do that and more, knowing that we know that history that others so want to whitewash. At the same time, in our hearts and in our heads, we know that the only way to really undo the force of whitewashing is to paint with a different color. Speak loudly with a different voice, play a different tune, portray a different history, a different childhood, a different set of dreams. Play a different part than they relegate you to over and over again through history. Turn the narrative to your narrative, not theirs for you. And that, of course, is where and when and why the artists enter the room, in ways that simply can't be ignored, no matter how many gag bills they pass. The murals on the street will speak out. The photographs entice us all into a different utopia. The quilts wrap us in the warmth of shining family practice. The violin weaves through so many genres, owned by the very voices history tried to stifle. And the playwright performs through the very words that real people speak, even when they're told to whisper rather than risk making others uncomfortable. But whisper is not what we are about today. We are about play and performance that looks straight at history, looks at each other, as the remarkable Bisa Butler, whom we will hear from today, wrote in describing the genesis of her quilted narratives, and I quote, "I feel driven to tell my side of the story. We're all in this together, and until we know both sides of the story, our history will be incomplete. All my pieces are done in life scale to invite the viewer to engage in dialogue. The figures all look the viewers directly in their eyes." That directness is so to be treasured as we live in a world of indirection and avoidance of real stories, real people, real history, real struggles, as another of our trenchant artists in today's program Dominique Morisseau revolts against with her lyrical dialogues that don't ever shy away from the very economic and social changes that real people speak out for in urban America, then and now. Unless we think that play and performance isn't serious, isn't up to confronting the serious moment we're in with an alternative vision of what is real and who is strong and joyful and beautiful. Take a look, as Deborah Willis writes in The New Yorker, at Tyler Mitchell's redefining Portraits to see, and I quote, how deeply committed he was to changing existing visual narratives about being Black, male, creative, and young. Or walk over to Express Newark. Just walk over to Express Newark. To enveloping realism of picturing Black girlhood, moments of possibility, rendered through the eyes of Black women and girls, artists ages 8 to 94, which as curator, artist, and activist Shahrazad Tillett says, and I quote, puts Black girls in the center as subjects, artists, and theorists of their own lives. Something that her own power-grabbing art does in the accompanying exhibit at Project Empty Space, Black Girl Play. And as I circle back to the seriousness of the moment of whitewashing that we are in, the rampant fears of those who rule that they will be sidelined, shall we say replaced, as I too confront the privilege of my whiteness to be seen, at least sometimes, as who I want to be. I come back to the power of socially engaged art to force those moments of possibility to be more equitably spread, and especially to let the real sounds ring out as the great Regina Carter does with her leadership in NJPAC's all-female jazz residency, a throwback, or shall we say throw forward, from her own start in Straight Ahead, an all-female jazz quintet. Yes, there are moments of possibility rendered throughout the history of Black art, be it rendered on photographic paper, quilted canvases, in the words of a play or the sounds of a violin. And those moments recapture the revelation of history, told truthfully and in full color. And I am quite sure that the dialogues that these forthright artists will have today with Deborah Willis, Linda Harrison, Farah Jasmine Griffin, and Camilla Forbes will burst through the gag rules of our time to say the word reparations and unpack this moment of possibility for Newark and beyond. Thank you.
I must say, it's very intimidating to be up here after that all-star lineup. And just a reminder to me why I'm so proud to be here at Rutgers, Newark, and a resident of the city of Newark, and as a Black person, of course. So on play and performance, there are notes between notes, you know, Sarah Vaughan. First, I would like to thank the many of you who made today possible, my dear colleagues, Linda Harrison and Sylvia Filippi Fantano, and their team here at the Newark Museum of Art. I'd like to thank our AB team, Boulevard, who's been making sure everyone out there is having as an enjoyable and educational experience as those of you sitting with us here today. I'd like to thank Jack Chen and Claudia Sepulveda and their team at the Price Institute for working diligently with us at Express Newark to ensure that on this final day of Black Portraiture 7 conference, the 42nd Marion Thompson Wright Lecture remains in the grand and generous tradition that our late, great Dr. Clement A. Price once dreamed and then made a reality. Finally, I'd like to thank my colleagues at Express Newark, Nick Klein, Gwen Thomas, and most especially, and definitely repeatedly, Aaliyah Allen, a daughter of Newark, who had the simple wish and impossible job to ensure that this conference, our 2 exhibitions, and now today's lectures lived up to Newark's own legacy of being a place of radical Black aesthetics. Bebop, the Black arts movement, and our particular school of Brick City hip hop, which ranges from Latifah and Redman and Wyclef Jean, and New Jerusalem's own the Fugees. So I'll be quick in my remarks today because I'd like the healing and thinking to begin. We chose this theme of play and performance in 2019, and we did so because we really were thinking about how do we reimagine Black freedom. In the weeks and years between a pandemic, a summer of racial protest, a presidential election, and then a political insurrection, the idea of play has taken on new meaning. What does it mean for Black children to have the right to imagine and to create? What does it mean for Black people to have the ability to rest after centuries-long battles for equality, democracy, and as our most recent paramount social justice movement has demanded, for our lives to matter, for our bodies to have relief? Play is movement. Play, as we say in my father's country of Trinidad and Tobago, is mass. Play is leisure, play is protest, play is the restaging of America. Play is dance, play is community, play is mastery. Or play, like my mother, a daughter of Newark and a jazz singer in her own right, would remind us every Sunday morning when she would wake us up as she sang the scales. Play is woodshedding. Practice, practice, practice. And in that tradition, play is virtuosity. And when you realize those notes between the notes is freedom itself. I'd like to thank our moderator of the next conversation, Dr. Deborah Willis, for founding Black Portraitures. And baptizing our space at Express Newark as the inaugural artist in residence at Shine Portrait Studio in 2016, which culminated in her solo exhibition of her site-specific work, Deborah Willis, In Pursuit of Beauty, Imaging Closets, in Newark and beyond, and the publication of the book of that same name. When Dr. Willis came back to Express Newark, again to give the Price Institute L&M lecture, I See Myself in You, a conversation between Dr. Willis and her wonderful son, Hank Willis Thomas, in 2018, I saw the possibility of our hosting Black Portraitures here at Rutgers University, Newark. Just some facts about Dr. Willis. She's a university professor and chair of the Department of Photography and Imaging at Tisch School of the Arts at NYU. She's the recipient of the MacArthur Fellowship, a Guggenheim Fellowship, and a member of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences. She's the author of Black Civil War Soldier, A Visual History of Conflict and Citizenship, and Posing Beauty, African American Images from the 1890s to the present, among others. Professor Willis's curated exhibitions include Framing Moments in Kia, Migrations and Meanings in Art, Let Your Motto Be Resistance, African American Portraits. And I would also like to thank you for your continued membership, your friendship, and your gift to me, our next guest, and your former student, Tyler Mitchell. So in July 21, 2020, so to remind you of that date, July 21, 2020, so we're all in the midst of a lot of stuff, I received the following note from Michael Famighetti, editor of Aperture. Dear Salamisha, I hope this note finds you safe and well during this surreal time. At Aperture, we're currently working on a utopia-themed issue of the magazine. Considering our tumultuous times, we thought it was an apt moment to consider the ways in which photographers have provided the visual language to help imagine positive visions for society's future. The issue will encompass a range of ideas with essays on Afrofuturism, queer safe spaces, collage as a means to imagine feminist futures, speculative architecture, among other angles. Within this issue, we will also publish a new set of pictures by Tyler Mitchell, who has used his photographs to explore Black identity and idyllic spaces. Tyler and I wondered if you'd considered or would you be interested in writing an article on his work for this issue. Well, my answer was an easy yes, but I considered Tyler a gift and a friend made in the midst of the pandemic and in the world of protest. Not only was I able to sit with Tyler virtually and discuss his images, but I was also able to learn from him and dream differently too. Quote, "People say utopia is never achievable," he wrote in the foreword of his 2020 book, Can Make You Feel Good. "But I love photography's possibility of allowing me to dream and make that dream become very real," end quote. Probably most recognized for being the first Black and one of the youngest photographers to shoot a Vogue cover, Mitchell received his BFA from NYU's Tisch School of Arts, and his work has been shown in solo exhibitions throughout the world, including a show that started in Amsterdam at Photographs Museum, as well as the International Center of Photography in New York. He's also been included in many group shows at the Aperture Foundation, at Red Hook's lab, and your bio is not as up to date. He had 2 shows open back to back this fall, one at the Jack Shaman Gallery and then the other curated by Dr. Deb Willis at the Gordon Parks Foundation. So I would like to invite my good friends, and they are both ongoing inspirations and interlocutors to me, to the stage. Dr. Deborah Willis and Tyler Mitchell, and I'll invite you all to listen to them play together. Thank you.
Thank you, Salamisha. I guess it's on? Fine. Thank you, Salamisha. It's really a pleasure to be here, but to be honored by the president, Jonathan Holloway, means a lot. We shared a lot of play when we were in DC, but also to be here with Mayor Baraka. I have the utmost respect for him and his family. I am honored to be here with Tyler Mitchell, who sat in my classroom like this. Can you imagine having a student that leans in? Special. But also, I'd like to honor our dear friend Clement Price. Clem invited me a few times to speak. I attended probably 15 of the 42. It was truly an honor. I still feel Clem because the day he passed, he sent me an email that morning talking about Nancy and trying to find the ideal person. You know, so it's just really great to be here. But I'm also really, just kind of excited about the way that everyone here who spoke today used the word possibility. I always introduce my talks with Amiri Baraka's words. He says, possibility is what moves us. Can you imagine hearing, I've been using this for maybe 10 years, and to hear everyone use the aspect of possibility. He says what is called the imagination is what we need, and I really think it's really important, because to imagine Black portraitures was to work with Skip Gates, Mancha Diawara, Awam Ampha, Cheryl Finley, Ellen Toscano, to come up with ideas that I've met so many young scholars and artists who have moved forward in their practice, in their scholarship, based on the opportunity to present at Black portraitures. We know about play. When Nancy mentioned the possibility in terms of dance, I used to think of, I'm North Philly and Farris, South Philly, but we always played hopscotch. And that possibility of getting in that square and playing, and the idea that Salamisha and Nick put together such an important idea and a concept. But also, I'm going to go through this whole history for me because my first public lecture was at the Newark Museum, 1981. And Mary Sue Sweeney Price invited me to talk about Black photographers. It was just fantastic for me. So having the opportunity to be here with Linda and Jack, Salamisha, Scheherazade, and Carla, who sang, was just fantastic. But Nick, who invited me to be a part of this conversation a year and a half ago, based on working together, with Wayne and others in Newark who allowed me to photograph in their closets, like Kathy Lennox Hooker. So first of all, thank you. It's definitely a homecoming. And I wanted to start off with storytelling with my dear friend, Tyler Mitchell, and just to ask one important question to introduce his vision. And I'd like to know what inspired you to tackle the idea of play and performance as an art subject?
I also want to take a moment to say many thanks for having me and sharing the stage with me, Deb, and to Rutgers University, to Express Newark, to Salamisha, Mayor Baraka, President Holloway, and the Newark Museum of Art. Thank you for having me. It's great. When I heard that play and performance was the theme for this year's lecture series, I jumped for joy. But the idea to be in conversation with Professor Deb, my professor at NYU, was it's always a huge joy. So I guess, to dive in about my work and about the idea of play and performance in photography for me, the thought really came from thinking about those who came before me and the people that I was exposed to in Dr. Deb's class, people like Kerry James Marshall, photographers like Roy DeCarava, Gordon Parks. These are people who thought deeply about Black life, but also Black play as a sort of, as we've heard before, a radical expression. Kerry James Marshall talks a lot about, making his vignette paintings in the early 2000s. Can everyone hear me, by the way? Okay. Oh yes, we have a clicker. Should we go through? Here's a slide of Deb and I in conversation. 4 years ago? Three or 4 years ago. And we've done many dialogues since.
And you see us playing, thanks to, where's Terrence Jennings? Made that photograph.
Yeah. And this is nice to continue that line of dialogue. I think deeply about this idea of bringing together a sort of Black photographic practice that is focused on ideas of social justice, but also sort of this idea of the Rococo, right? And Kerry James Marshall talks about this in his making of the vignette paintings, that a lot of ideas of social justice that he wanted to talk about felt very separate from aesthetic strategies of beauty, right? And that as Black artists, we had to choose one or the other. And I was very interested in his idea to bring together both in his work, and thought to do the same in my photographs. So, yeah.
So one of the aspects about your work, research, and so I'm curious to share with us, how do you go about research for an exhibition, for a film, also for your models as you think about fashion? And how do you create a storyline with the idea that you give us an opportunity as if we're part of the process? And that's what engages me about your work.
It's a very intuitive process. I'm born and raised in Atlanta, Georgia, and have somewhat of a small connection to New Jersey by way of my mother, who's from Neptune, New Jersey in the South. But I am born and raised in Atlanta, Georgia, and a huge part of my process of making my photographs as Dr. Deb was saying, is research, ingesting thousands of images, daily, weekly, monthly, and feeling very fortunate to have been born and raised in this era of the internet and sort of access to images at my fingertips. I think my work now is a response to a subconscious or sort of subliminal response to the many images made of Black life and life in general that I've seen over the years in photo books, images that you have made. As I maybe have included in this presentation, Dr. Deb's book, In Pursuit of Beauty, with her photographs that she made here in Newark, traveled with me to Amsterdam for my very first solo exhibition, and I included it in a vitrine, a table display full of my research. So this aspect of research and sort of the pantheon of Black makers that have come before me is huge to making these images on the screen.
What about how does skateboarding, talk about the history of your history of skateboarding.
Yeah. Skateboarding, while it doesn't make its way into my pictures maybe so overtly, it's my roots, it's where I've come from. Being born in Atlanta, Georgia, I think the main or encouraged extracurricular sports or activities are football, basketball, soccer, all of which I loved and participated in, but also made a decision to try out skateboarding, which especially then was sort of viewed in a particular sort of subcultural way, a sort of fringe way, and was sort of looked at a little sideways, especially in the South. But it was something that for me became a portal to creativity immediately. The act of having a community where you're sort of exploring the city of Atlanta in an architectural way, right? Because skateboarding is so intertwined with architecture and how you sort of ride onto the streets. All of these experiences made me obsessed actually with visual culture, because there's a whole practice around the art of filming the sport of skateboarding. People like Spike Jonze started in this same way, where the art of making a film of the sport of skateboarding became a means of expression. And I followed the yellow brick road, so to speak, to thinking about images as a way to think about my identity and think about being from the South.
And also, looking at your work, we think about space, but also where does sports like basketball fit in there and swimming in terms of your history? As you talk about your 6 foot something, and what the expectations that people had based on.
Yeah, I think my work has increasingly, as you can see here, has subconsciously included athletics and athletics as a form of play, and sort of a lot of artists have talked about this. Arthur Jaffe has talked about sort of the moment of the jump man, right, as this ecstatic, virtuosic form of Black expression, right? Michael Jordan, and even going further back. But somehow it makes its way into my pictures now. Even in this work, Picnic, you see brothers tossing a football, of course, but in the very, very, very back, which you can barely see, these images are what I would call lightly staged images. They're images where I take families, find and cast families in Atlanta, Georgia, and we go out to a location, and I don't exactly have a plan of what picture I'm trying to make, but we sort of play, and we find what the language of the picture is going to be. In the middle of finding that language, we've got a picnic set up here, we've got friends playing around in the field, but in the very back is a dad, a father teaching his 2 young girls how to sprint and race against one another. And this happened totally in the background of the picture, unplanned. Someone who probably comes to this park very often, this is in Fairburn, Georgia, defiantly said, "I'm not gonna leave just because you guys are doing a photo shoot here. I'm not gonna leave and not teach my daughters how to race against one another." And so I think that in and of itself became a part of the story of making this image and sort of this series of work, which I recently exhibited. So, yeah.
Let's walk through some other images and talk about some production of some of them.
Yeah, this is, as I've sort of grown and I'm starting to cultivate a sort of a gallery museum practice, I suppose. I've continued to think about Black folks' historic and contemporary relationships to land. Being from the South, thinking about the freeing aspects of the landscape in Georgia, the sheer nature that I think people don't necessarily always associate with Atlanta, but that existed for me in my upbringing, but also the complicated history, right, of Black folks in the South and sort of their ability to be mobile on the land. I'm thinking about all of this as I make these images of families of young people running around, playing tag, or enjoying seemingly mundane pleasures. I'm thinking about, now I'm just going.
The clothesline, yeah.
Which we've talked about often.
Right.
The clothesline as a sort of narrative tool to both print photographs onto an aesthetic strategy, but also a transportive or a narrative tool to bring me personally back to, or to bring all of us back to a sort of proverbial domestic space, right? I'm thinking about gingham fabrics as a very Southern signifier of pleasure and of picnic and of fun.
How did you use the clothesline and why did you use the clothesline in the Vogue piece on Beyonce?
Do we have that included? I don't know if we have that included here.
Have you all seen Tyler's Vogue cover?
Should have.
Right.
I
Okay.
should have included it.
So we can just talk about it though. Just the idea of.
This idea, I think, came from sort of subverting or rethinking the photographic backdrop, so to speak, but also, like you're saying, sort of thinking about when I was making this cover of Beyonce for Vogue in September 2018, thinking about sort of the everyday woman, right, and Beyonce as a figure that can sort of stand in for a multitude of Black female experiences and Black experiences in general. So the laundry line has become a continued narrative strategy in my work. And I'll continue through the slideshow slowly and just allow the images to wash over as we talk. But yeah, it's a strategy for sure.
But also absence was a key signifier, what I see in your work, as you became a filmmaker and a photographer. But the lack of discussions about Black beauty, young Black males, the exchange of the gaze, and fashion, I think are central to ways that you've explored how, what I see the uniqueness of your images. Like these, I recall, go back to the shoes. So do you remember, I grew up in the 50s and 60s, and I had to wear those shoes, and I hated them. You know, I mean, how many had to deal with it and shamefully had to scrape the bottom so your parents would say you have to buy another pair so you couldn't wear them anymore. But to see Tyler's generation using this as a trope of fashion and play and style, it's wonderful to, you know, to reimagine the whole aspect of what it feels to visualize a new narrative of those black and white shoes that we struggled through as young girls when Bobby socks.
Yeah, and I think, you know, in a certain way, a lot of these images come together sort of subconsciously, you know, thinking about the saddle loafers, we're thinking about these two twins who sort of appeared before me at a apartment complex in Little Five Points in Atlanta. They were dressed totally similarly. The boy on the left with an Atlanta skyline on his t-shirt, and the boy on the right with the Superman logo. I mean, I think clothes have become a sort of tool, rather than the word fashion to allude to the idea of sales, but actually as narrative to tell a story.
Right, and then also music. How does music play in all of your work? One that I love is Curtis Mayfield, The Makings of You, and you play, and how do you find the idea of your creation, creating work and playing music, and who's inspiring you now and continues?
Dr. Deb's talking about the song we used for the video of Beyonce for the cover of Vogue, which was Curtis Mayfield's The Makings of You. But music plays a huge role. I mean, I think it's, I think every artist could say that music is probably on 24/7 when they're making work, or I at least hope it is. For me in my studio, it's on all the time, but I think I look a lot to all sorts of music. I think as I'm making these, you know, music is usually on, whether it's Roy Ayers or Curtis Mayfield or even contemporary things, but it'd be nice as a filmmaker as well, someone who started with filming skateboarding to return to incorporating it into film works. I had a film that was shown at the ICP, the International Center of Photography in New York, called Idyllic Space, which had a very hypnotic soundscape, if you remember, with the beanbag. So I think it plays multiple roles in my work.
So who are you listening to now?
All sorts of things.
Just thinking about your exhibition, Tyler has an exhibition with a long title. Go ahead.
The title is An Imaginative Arrangement of the Things Before Me, which was at the Gordon Parks Foundation, curated by Deb. And the title comes from, well, it comes from something Parks himself wrote about fashion photography, which was that the photographer once sort of met with the creations of a designer in fashion photography or the model, then is left to a sort of imaginative arrangement of the things before them, which got me thinking not just about fashion photography, but also about history and sort of rearranging history.
Can we flip through some of these images and talk about some of the images that we create, like, you know, close-ups, gesture.
I'll go to these.
Okay, this is from home.
So this is from that Parks show, in which I photographed a family in particular who lives in Bed-Stuy. This young photographer on the right, well, she's a photographer. Her name's Denise Stephanie. She's in your program at NYU Tisch Photography. Is a young photographer I met in New York and asked if I could photograph her and her family in their family home in Bed-Stuy. And their home, when I visited once, was filled with so many moments of history, right? And sort of this representation of ownership, right, and pride in family history, but also sort of the staging and centrality of photography in the Black interior. So I'm thinking through family history as being very central to Black life.
And migration. I want to talk about how...
And migration. This image in particular, at the very top is the patriarch of the family I photographed. I believe it's Denise's great-great-great-grandfather who immigrated to the States from St. Vincent. So I'm thinking about sort of the family tree here. I'm thinking about keepsakes, sort of reimagining the Always Thinking of You keepsake that you showed me, and generations of women, right? A granddaughter, a mother, and a grandmother.
Right, just imagine, you know, why I love this trope in terms of field, if we go back to that photograph, is receiving that photograph, always thinking of you. So in the 60s and probably 40s and 30s, when people were sending photographs, and the whole experience of migration transformed many families, transformed their lives, but also the tragedies that many left because, you know, they had to leave town because of the difficulties of the South and moving to a new area, but always that photograph. And I love the fact that Tyler created this new framing of it on wood, but to make it permanent in terms of making a part of a home setting within that framing. Do you want to talk about some of the people you've...
Yeah, the people I'm photographing often are found very organically. Since 8 years of living in New York, I've met a lot of people, as you do here in the city. But a lot of these people that I end up photographing are people of the wider creative community or who are photographers, as I mentioned before, or artists, or young people that I'm just drawn to. And then sort of branch out from there and ask if I could photograph them with their families. So the relationships are very organic, and the hope is that you can somehow feel that through the photographs, the gaze of the sitters. And in these particular works, I'm thinking about staging them in an environment that is making reference to the sort of vernacular portrait of the 20th century, and the way Black folks have sort of asserted and formed identity through photography over 200 years.
So we have about 5 minutes left, I think. So want to talk about this wonderful image?
Yeah, so continuing to think through domestic landscapes, this representation of ownership of the Brooklyn brownstone, or of sort of staging the living room for Black folks, which I sort of pose the argument in this exhibition that the living room is sort of the most sort of private public theater, so to speak, where we stage our belongings, where we sort of understand and form a sense of self through photographs that are sort of sitting in the corner of our side tables or on our mantelpieces, and so that this is really where photography plays its most vital role. I'm thinking about family in a very surreal way, sort of through hair, sort of burned into the memory or into the mind. Domestic arrangements. And sort of thinking about it in many ways. The act of looking here, this is an assemblage of photographs on a mirror. When you sort of encounter this work within the space, you have an opportunity to look at oneself and also look at generations of a family looking at one another.
And the installation looks at, re-examines the intimacy of space. So here, Tyler uses the mirror and also reflecting Gordon Parks's photograph. So this is a wonderful installation shot of the sofa that Tyler recreated with photographs. And you work closely with a carpenter?
Yeah, I worked closely with a artist, furniture maker, to sort of think about printing photographs onto upholstery of a sofa that we designed. And I was thinking about, again, photography's transportive power and sort of making an object, right, that sort of takes someone to a place. So the people on the actual sofa are a Haitian family, again, based in New York, that I met. And the images of them there on the sofa are images of them holding up images of themselves in their childhoods. So it's sort of this reflexive act of looking through time.
So when I think about this work and think about the theme of this conference of play and performance, I am constantly reminded that intimacy is central to us in terms of growing up, but also as the mayor reimagined the experience of people visiting this town and what they left when they moved to Newark, but what they are experiencing today and the struggle of the everyday experiences that we are all having, and having the opportunity to explore how do we perform when we're struggling. I mean, we've spent 2 years in intimate spaces, and having to reimagine play through the art form has been really central. Do you want to flip through and we can end with the rest of your images?
So the image on the right is an image of, not of mine, but of Gordon Parks, or that Gordon Parks made, I believe, in the late 50s in Alabama, which was very central to thinking about staging and of families and the Black interior, while the image on the left is mine. And that's all we have.
Mm-hmm. So thank you. Thank you. And what's your next project?
Sorry?
What's your next project?
Oh, my next project. It's a good question, and it's being figured out.
Secret. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, Deb. Thank you, Salamisha. Thank you very much for having me.
Good morning. Can you all hear me? Oh, there we go. As our speakers are speaking. Once again, Deb Willis, y'all. I mean, and Tyler Mitchell. I'm not at all jealous of someone so tall and young and talented. Life isn't fair. Our next session is titled On Swing. I'm not sure that all of you have that in your program, but that's certainly on the paper I was given, and I was given explicit instructions to both stay within a time frame and to stick to that topic. Now, in its brevity, this title, On Swing, provides all of the latitude that our speakers need for interpretation and exploration, whether we're talking about the rhythmic concept of swing, that innovation that, along with the blues and improvisation, represented what many call the first Africanization of American music, and is, of course, the foundation of the music we love called jazz. Or whether we're talking about swing as a metaphor for flexibility of thought, which a lot of writers today are talking about in the context of seeking possibilities in a context of uncertainty. So you will find that people are talking about the need for jazz and improvisation in public policy discussions, in education, because we're going to need to be flexible and on our feet, able to move across a chord structure, able to move from one context to another, able to move from having a bass player and a drummer, or just a duo with the drummer, as Regina has done recently. Or whether we're talking about swing as physical movement, if you think about a child on a swing, or if you think about our chancellor and our mayor and our college president and Chancellor Butterfield as they moved across the stage with such an ease and grace, a swagger, if you will, that suggests such a strong sense of self. They know exactly who and where they are. Swing provides all of that for us, and our speakers will talk about that, or they may not. Their genius is such that it can't be constrained by words on this paper, or by the verbosity of their introducer. Let me, if I may, tell you a little bit about them. Farrah Jasmine Griffin, yes, sir. She is in the vanguard of intellectual thought right now in this country, and I am pleased to be able to say to folks, much to her chagrin, that I know her. She's the William Ransford Professor of English and Comparative Literature at Columbia University, where she also served as the inaugural chair of the African American and African Diaspora Studies Department. She's a 2021 Guggenheim Fellow and an Andrew Mellon Foundation Scholar in Residence. She's the author or editor of 8 books, including Clawing at the Limits of Cool, Miles Davis, John Coltrane, and the Greatest Jazz Collaboration Ever. Who Set You Flowing? The African American Migration Narrative. If You Can't Be Free, Be a Mystery, In Search of Billie Holiday. Harlem Nocturne, Women Artists and Progressive Politics During World War II. She's collaborated, and there are other books, that's not all 8 of them, sorry. I just gave you the ones that I think the titles are so cool too. Griffin collaborated with composer Jerry Allen, the great late Jerry Allen, who also was a part of the NJPAC All-Female Jazz Residency, which, for those of you who know, is now housed over in Ruth Bader Ginsburg Hall, 15 Washington Street on this campus, and we are thrilled to have them every summer. Hope we get to continue doing that. She collaborated with Jerry and with Essa Pather-Murkinson on 2 theatrical projects for which she wrote the book. The first, Jerry Allen and Friends Celebrate the Great Jazz Women of the Apollo, with Liz Wright, Diane Reeves, Terry Lynn Carrington, and others. That premiered on the Apollo stage in 2013. Her most recent book is Read Until You Understand, The Profound Wisdom of Black Life in Literature, and that's a 2021 book. I'm so thrilled to have Farrah here. Thank you for joining us again. She is in conversation today with the great Regina Carter. My father said it's not bragging if it's true. She's a recipient of the MacArthur Genius Award. I like on this page they put genius in quotes. There's no quotes needed. She's a Doris Duke Artist Award winner, as well as a 3-time Pulitzer Prize jurist. In 2018, Regina was named Artistic Director of the Jerry Allen Jazz Camp, formerly NJPAC, all-female jazz residency. She tours with her own groups and has appeared with such performers as Wynton Marsalis and the Jazz at Lincoln Center Orchestra, Chucho Valdez, Mary J. Blige, Joe Jackson, Billy Joel, Dolly Parton, and has also been a guest soloist with several major orchestras, including the Detroit Symphony, the Boston Pops, the Orchestra Sinfónica de Estado de Sao Paulo, and others. She's currently on the faculty of the Manhattan School of Music and New Jersey City University, and she is an artist in residence at the Oakland University School of Music, Theater, and Dance, where I believe she's an alum. She has been a resident artist for San Francisco Performances and a resident artistic director for SF Jazz. And I think you also need to know that she and Carla Cook and Dominique Morisseau were all high school graduates of famed Cass Tech in Detroit. We're excited to have you both here. Thank you. Please join me in welcoming them.
Thank you so much. Is this on? Can you? Yeah. I am so thrilled to be here with Regina, who I've admired for so long. I'm really thrilled to be here in Newark at Rutgers Newark. Nancy Cantor is someone I have long admired. She knows this. She hears it. Sherry Ann, good to see you. Jonathan Holloway, President. It's really an honor to be in the room with you, and Salamisha Tillett, who is just one of my, Salamisha is a former student who is now my teacher. So I'm thrilled to be here with all of them. We're going to just get started because we have a lot to talk about. And I selected something to open with. Do I play it, the musical clip, or? Okay.
Help me climb that road.
Wow. So I'm in a good mood because I've been listening to Regina for the last week or so, and I picked that. I could have picked any number of things from her own projects. I mean, you can just find so much in all of the work, but that's from a solo that she takes on a song. It's Miles Davis's 7 Steps that Cassandra renamed Climb That Road on Cassandra Wilson's Traveling Miles. And I chose it because I thought it embodied everything that Salamisha actually opened up our day with. It's virtuosic, there's energy, there's exuberance, there's play, it's, you know, joyful. In fact, it's the part of that album that I listen to the CD all the time now on my phone, but it's that solo that stands out to me, and just, you know, so I wanted to start by talking about that, like the experience of making that solo. And we know, like Salamisha said, it's play, but it's practice, it's virtuosity. Like what goes into giving us that extraordinary gift?
Fear. I wanted to say thank you as well to everyone for inviting me to be a part of this wonderful day. And Dr. Tillett, thank you. I'd like to give everyone there too, and thank you, Farah. That is 7 Steps to Heaven, Miles Davis. And there are certain tunes that, when they're called, they're very serious tunes, and it's almost like you have to, it's a prove yourself tune, and I think of Seven Steps as one of those. And so Cassandra rearranged the tune. It's still Seven Steps, and it's a fun tune to play, but a very challenging tune. So when it's time, I'm always, it's like that red light, that fear comes, but you dig deep, and you have to rely on all the years of practice.
It's a very good starting point, and I like that idea that there can be fear in play, right? Because play is full of risk-taking, and risk-taking always means fear, right? There's always some fear there, so it's a good place to start. And when we were talking about this conversation, one of the places that we talked about starting was the beginning. And Regina is one of those artists who the beginning is before, you know, her spirit is probably here, but before the body we come to know as Regina is here, it starts even before. It starts with the ancestral. So let's talk about your before and some of these photographs that we're going to work our way through.
This is my grandmother, Sarah Van Duzer McCaskill Williamson, and she was a pianist, and a lot of times she stayed with us and would babysit us, and she played piano. She was the first pianist at the church that my mother grew up in Detroit, Michigan, and where Carla Cook grew up. Her family grew up as well. St. John's, CME, and I think I got my gift from her. She graduated from Morris Brown University in 1915 with a degree in piano pedagogy. So, and I have her original degree with the stamp on it. So when I feel like I don't want to do something, or it's too much, or I start to complain to myself, I look at that degree and say, okay, you get to getting.
So you just gave us something there that starts to upend a lot of the ways jazz histories are told, because often they're told about the kind of lineage, which is a paternal lineage, or certainly a masculine lineage, right? And here it's your grandmother who's the musician, who has the gift, and also who has the degree in 1915. So was the whole family musical, or did it skip a generation, or?
It skipped a generation, so. My mother, God bless her, she taught kindergarten, and I would show her a couple of chords that she could play on piano, and she would teach her kindergartners their history through music. So I remember, and I still have the sheet music at home, but she took The Wheels on the Bus Go Round and Round, and she taught them about Miss Rosa Parks. She said, getting on the bus, and she was tired, she wouldn't get up. She said, no, 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 and the police taking, and they acted it out, so they know their history. So any type of history, she taught them about voting. They would actually learn about who was running then, and actually she'd have them vote, and so music was important. She, my brothers and I have two older brothers, we all took piano, and we all took an instrument, the oldest trumpet, the next one clarinet, and me on violin, and we all took dance. They took tap, and I took ballet and tap. So she said we were not gonna be ripping and running up and down the street. She was gonna keep us busy.
Like, you know, I had a mother who wanted to keep me busy, and I was like, why not arts camp? She used to send me to sports camp. That was a mistake. So music in the family and education also. Oh, there it is. There's that. That's beautiful. Wow. And so you still have this degree?
It's framed, yeah. My mom kept everything. I have my grandmother's, she received a plate, a graduation gift, and it's really beautiful with flowers, has the graduation date on the back. I still have that.
Your own archive. Okay.
Now that's my great-grandmother on my mother's side. Her name was Mima, that's all I knew about her. But very, very, my mother said she was very strict but loving. also about education. Just for her, it was a different time, so she didn't have the college education, but just learning as much as you could, educating herself. You didn't always have to go to college to be educated.
Where was she? Was she also in Michigan, or was she?
No, my grandmother was born and raised in St. Louis, and so I believe, I'm not sure where my great-grandmother was born.
So there is a migration story in there.
Yes,
Yeah.
on both sides.
On both sides,
Mhm.
right? I love these. So when did you start playing? When did you get the instrument in your hand for the first time?
I actually started on piano when I was 2, but because my brothers were taking lessons, and one day their teacher showed up, and they said I started playing one of their pieces they had been practicing, and the teacher said, "Who taught her?" And they said, "No one. We didn't even know she could play." And so she tested me and found out I had an ear and that I could repeat things musically that I heard. And so I went to a place called Your Heritage House in Detroit, run by Anna Love. But I would go in, and instead of, she was trying to teach me how to read music, I would go in, and you remember the green paper with all the lines to teach you your capital? So I go in with these big circles colored in, and I say, "Here's my composition I wrote this week." She kept them all and gave them to me as a graduation gift when I graduated high school. But she told my mom she didn't want to destroy my creativity, so not to force me with the lessons. When I was 4, though, the Suzuki method was being offered for the first time in Detroit at the Detroit Settlement House. And they gave me the violin, and I loved it from the very beginning.
So it was meant to be, and I love this little duo here.
That was Grace Carter. That was before you could do cut and paste. She did her own. What do you call what do you call that? Was double exposure?
Oh, right.
Yeah, she put those 2 pictures together, and
that is just, and you know, this is very fitting with the exhibition here, right? Of the Black girls, right? Wow. And let's move on. Okay. That's some years later. You want to give us the history leading up to this?
Yeah, so my Suzuki class, there was a large class. On Saturdays, we would fill a stage like this, and we would learn from our teacher, and then we'd break off into groups. And there are 8 of us that are professional musicians today. One's in the Chicago Symphony, one Chicago Sinfonietta, 2 are in the San Francisco Symphony Orchestra, and a couple are soloists. And I think 2 others went on to do something outside of music. But we had a reunion in Chicago some years back, and this is my Suzuki class now.
So when you were starting out, very young, playing, fell in love with, had an ear, fell in love with the violin when it was given to you. Did you have a sense of it as something playful, or did you have a sense of it as something that you had to work at? Was there a balance of the two? What was your experience of coming to know your instrument?
For me, it was play. It was fun. I enjoyed it. I loved going and playing with my friends. They would come and spend the night at my house sometimes, and we'd play music together, or I'd go to their homes and play music. So I loved playing. I didn't like the word practice, and I still don't like that word. But because it made it sound like, it made it feel heavy, like something, so I loved playing. I would play in the mirror and my pieces and pretend I was on stage in front of thousands of people, or set up my stuffed animals. But you know, I didn't like to practice, but my mother every day would sit there and made sure.
What were you listening to? What was the music that you were hearing, and was it the same as the music that you were playing?
My teacher sent us home, each student home, with a stack of European classical recordings that we had to listen to. So my mother would just play them. She'd put them on, and that music would play. And when I went to sleep, it was playing. so that I could internalize the music. But, you know, my older brothers, they were listening to WJZZ, the Detroit jazz station. They were listening to Motown, you know, the popular tunes of that time. So, and my dad would listen to the easy listening radio station. So I heard a little bit of everything growing up.
And then you one of your albums is a Detroit album, right? So it's that music that you grew up with, you
Yes.
end up putting on that album as well.
Yes,
Yeah.
Motor City Moments. So
Right.
it's music by Detroiters and also music that was inspired by certain periods of my life growing up there.
How much of the music that you have recorded, your own projects, I'm just thinking about them, has that kind of autobiographical, you know, music that inspired you, that you grew up with, that allows you access to a personal history?
I'd say from the majority of them, and especially once I received the MacArthur Award, I had the freedom to not have to be with a label, a record label, and to do what it was they wanted me to do. I had the freedom to do what I wanted to do. And so my first album after that was Reverse Thread, and that was music, different styles of African music from Uganda, from Mali, from different parts with my take on it. And then also, in the next record, Southern Comfort, was my tracing my father's family. I didn't know my grandfather. I knew my grandmother. My grandfather passed before I was born, but understanding what my grandfather's life as a coal miner he was born in the 1700s, so what his life must have been like. And I used music and research. I spent a couple of years researching.
And what was the research? What was the nature of the research that you did?
Well, my brain just went. Oh.
It's okay. It'll come. We'll come back.
The Lomax.
Oh, right, the
collection,
Lomax
there you go.
collection, right? Yeah.
I went to the Lomax collection, and you know, during his life from his birth until his death, I listened to a lot of the recordings. I would have to order some of those recordings or go there. There were articles about what was going on at the time, and wondering. It was interesting for me to hear some of the music that would sound maybe like it was Irish folk music, or like it was, you know, very African, or all these different sounds. And I realized, you know, that whole Appalachian area, the music was a mixture of Africans, Irish people, Native Americans, Africans, and so all the music comes together and forms this sound, a very Americana sound.
If you don't know this work, it's beautiful. It's Southern Comfort from 2014, and it's really one of the most beautiful long form albums of, you know, where you get the history and it just lends a sense of texture, I think. I found a quotation from you that I thought was just beautiful. You said, "I wanted to hear the music that my ancestors heard. Southern Comfort is a musical journey tracing my father's roots in the American South." And that's often what we are missing. You know, we have words, we have narratives, but to actually hear what people might have been hearing. And I think to hear it, also you give a sense, you get a sense of even how people might have walked and moved through the world, because the music we hear shapes that. It's just really, really beautiful.
Thank you. I wanted to add in, after a performance, a live performance playing that, I had a young man walk up to me afterwards and said, "You know, why are you playing that hillbilly music?" And I said, "What?" Like, I said, please don't offend me and my family. I said, "But that's part of your history. It's our history. We don't realize, like, fiddle music and banjo music, you trace that back, and you go to Mali, West Africa, everywhere. You see the Ndingide, which is the violin in Uganda, the West African fiddles. If you go back, there's the banjo. If you go back and listen, there's a popular group out of, I believe they're out of Mali, is Segu Blues, the album, in Ngoni Ba. is the group, and they play these wooden instruments, and you see the history of all of these instruments when you go back.
Well, I'm glad you said that, because one of the questions that I had for you was, did you know, as you were growing up playing the violin, did you have a sense of or a knowledge of the history of that instrument in Black music?
No, not at all. And that was very difficult for me, because I always felt like I was trying to fit into someone else's world. And I loved playing, but I didn't have any role models. I think at the time there was one Black gentleman in the Detroit Symphony, Joseph Strickland. And just trying to figure out, okay, how am I going to do this? All my classmates had long blonde hair or black hair, and before they play, they'd always do this. I was like, I need some hair. So I thought that was like going to make my playing, and having a teacher that just made us all cry, but and just say, you're never going to be this, or you're not as good as so and so. You're not as good. Hearing that all the time, and still all of those voices and all of that fear still come into my mind, especially when I solo with an orchestra. I walk out on stage and I feel like, oh my gosh, I have to prove myself to them. And I'm really thankful that coming up, the great artist Patrice Rushen is writing a concerto for me for jazz, violin, and orchestra. And she said, no, you're not going to try and fit into someone else's world. They're going to come into your world with this piece. So that's important.
When did you begin to move into sort of different musical idioms? Like, when did you begin to play the music that we call jazz, or, to move out of that kind of Western concert tradition? When did that begin to happen for you?
Actually, when I was in junior high, I had a friend, a violinist, Karen Coleman, in Detroit, and I joined with her. We were part of a basement band, and they would play all these tunes that were popular on the radio stations during the 70s, like Fly, Robin, Fly. All those tunes had great string arrangements on them. So I was working with a band in Detroit, and then when I got to high school, there was a bassist woman in orchestra, and then she happened to sit next to me in Spanish, which is why we can't speak about 3 words between us today, because we never paid attention. She was always talking about Eddie Jefferson, Miles Davis, Sarah Vaughan, and blah, blah, blah. And she bought me my first 3 jazz records, Jean-Luc Ponty, Stephen Grappelli, and Noel Pointer. And I'm talking about Miss Carla Cook. It's her fault.
Salmich, I see another project coming up here just between Carla and Regina. I want to hear that conversation, and learn that history. Thank you for bringing her bringing her that music. It's funny, I don't think I knew about the violin as much in jazz until I started listening to you. And then I started thinking, and then old heads would say to me, well, the violin used to be the fiddle was really important in the music. And so you were the starting point, and then I started trying to listen farther back, and the late poet and playwright Ntozake Shange has a novel called Sassafras, Cypress, and Indigo, and Indigo is the fiddler. She's the sister who's the fiddler. And when she talks about the sort of tradition of the fiddle in jazz music, what I was hearing when I was reading that was I was hearing you. So Carla introduced you to those musicians, but you were my introduction to some of that music. So it's, oh. So do you have on a tutu?
Yes, that's right.
I want to wear a tutu still.
That's from my dance and violin days, and you see the piano on the back in the dining room. And my mom, whenever her friends would come over, she'd say, Regina, go get your violin and play blah, blah, blah for them, or now do your dance that you, and I remember when I was old enough to say, Mom, don't ask me that today because I'm gonna say no, and I'm gonna embarrass you.
So you just had a little one-woman show going on.
You know, it's funny you say that. So my brother right over me, Reggie, he used to like to take things apart and put them back together. And he was really into DJing and playing records. And so in that house, he would play the record player. It was like a big piece of furniture. And I would be behind the dining room curtains, and we would charge our neighborhood friends to come, and I would come out and play a song, and I'd do a little ballet dance and a tap dance. And he is actually now, and in the summer, we would give shows in the backyard, and all the kids in the neighborhood would come to my house, and we would reenact plays, we would do musicals, and one young woman who I used to keep is a brilliant actress now. In fact, she's in Dominique Morisseau's next play, Confederates. Her name is Michelle Wilson, but she used to be one of the youngest ones in there. So my oldest brother would set up a spotlight. My mom would bring home the film projector. We would show movies in our house, The Creature from the Black Lagoon and the Red Balloon. Charge money for that, and then he put the spotlight from the attic, shine it down, he hung up a velvet curtain, and we would do our show in the backyard. He's actually now the head stagehand at the Winter Garden here in New York, so.
It's like performance, play, and commerce also. It's all good. Okay, I have to say, I love this, and what I love the most is that foam roller with the bang, for the bang.
I was gonna be ready for Sunday, my bang.
This photo should be in the exhibition because that is such a black girl photo.
That was my dad's fishing boat. We used to go out in the summer and fish.
And Tyler, there are the clotheslines in the back, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, right? That's great.
So this is my Suzuki class. And of course my mom, she put the arrow, so you know that one was me. And so in the other photo, if I walk back here, am I gonna feedback? So, let's see, that was our teacher, Jean Rupert. And then the photograph of the older one, where we got together, there was that one, whose head is turned, that's Susan Esvet. She's in the Chicago Symphony. This is Sue Leon, and her little sister stormed off. Her sister was 2, Kelly. They're in the San Francisco Symphony. Sylvia Davis, who's in the Chicago Sinfonietta. And let's see, this Kim Talbot, who's outside of music now, and I can't remember what she's doing, but we were all in that picture together, some 50 years later.
There's a short story waiting to be written about that photograph. Okay, let's see, do we have another one?
That's Kelly on the end, the 2-year-old who stormed off and wasn't in the other photo.
So was this your first press?
It was it was my first press. Although I had been on television before that. I played a solo piece, Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. Had a little round stage with a star hanging down. So this is from the Jerry Allen Jazz Camp, formerly called the New Jersey Performing Arts Center All-Female Jazz Camp. And my second year as director, I asked the president if we could name the camp after Jerry Allen. If she started this camp, and Jerry from Detroit as well. I didn't know Jerry when I lived in Detroit, but I met her in Germany. She was playing a solo piano concert, and I was there, I was living there. And I went and I introduced myself to her then. But we both came through school. We called Marcus Belgrave, a great jazz trumpeter in Detroit. Yeah. And every young musician went through Marcus Belgrave. Marcus had camp at his house. You go to his house in the summer, we go every day, and if he wasn't there, someone had the key and he'd come and just not only teach us about music, but about the business, about community service. And so we all try to carry that forward. And with this camp, Jerry's legacy lives on. She wanted to create a space where young women and those that identify as non-binary could have a safe space to express themselves and to learn about the music.
Do you remember when that was, when you met her in Germany?
I think it was 1986 or 87.
Yeah. Because I remember that tour. I didn't know her. I knew her as a fan then. I would get to know her many years later. But I'm telling too much, but I had a boyfriend who fell in love with Jerry Allen. And she never knew him. but he was in Germany following her around. So I remember, I was like, when was that? 1986, I think I remember. But she became a dear, dear friend later on, and was so, this endeavor was so important to her. And so thank you for continuing that legacy. Had you been one of the artists that she brought in when she started the camp, or?
No, we worked together on a record, Underground Detroit. It was all Detroit artists, and there was a couple of tunes we recorded, but I think the one is There Is a God. And there was a plan for us to do something together before she got ill.
Yeah, she was the most collaborative of artists, so that would have been amazing to hear. So this was this during the pandemic?
Yes.
And you had it, but it went on Zoom?
Yes.
Yeah.
Very challenging, especially for us faculty, the older faculty, trying to understand. But the kids were great, really a diverse group of young campers, and just very, very excited about the music.
And how long is the camp? How long is the experience when they're there? And what is a typical day like for them when they come?
They're here a week when we do it in person, and they were at Rutgers, and the day for them starts at, I think is it 8 or 9 o'clock? It's 9 o'clock in the morning, and we go from 9 to 5. Wow. And we have a lunch break and dinner break, but they have theory, ensemble, technique classes. We do tap dance. We have Brene Ali come in and give us a tap dance class because tap and jazz are so closely related, plus just help with the rhythm. We have guest artists come in to talk about the business, about licensing music, publishing. We have other guest artists come in and talk. We had Tia Fuller come in and talk about being a woman in the business and how do you navigate in the business. We had Mother Dorthon Kirk come in and talk about her life, her legacy. We had Kenny Barron, pianist Kenny Barron, come in, WBGO. We took them to a tour, on a tour to BGO. We took them to Birdland in the city to hear Freddie Cole, the late Freddie Cole, and and to the Rutgers, the museum. We went to the archival museum, and we saw some very old instruments that don't even exist anymore. We got to see Ella's dresses. There were music, manuscript, just some of everything. So we keep them busy.
Yeah, no, it's extraordinary. We'll keep talking about the camp, but you mentioned, I just was reminded, you also did a album of Ella tunes, right?
Yes.
Like Ella Fitzgerald. So how did that project come about?
I've loved Ella since I was a little girl. There were records laying around our house, and I would just put records on different records. And I always remember when I listened to Ella Fitzgerald, the sound just, I felt loved and protected. And so every record almost that I've recorded, there's been a tune of Ella's on it. So one year, I never know what to do for a project, and I was talking to Carla, and she said, listen, you love Ella so much, why don't you just do a whole record of Ella? And so that's what I did, and it happened to be her 100th birthday. I knew everyone would be doing tribute records to Ella, so I decided in listening to do tunes that most people either had forgotten about or hadn't heard before. So I called it my B-side record.
Well, no, because in some ways, I think of you two similarly, that same kind of virtuosity and exuberance and joy that one gets when they listen to you. So,
thank you.
Yeah. And I was I knew you did the, that makes sense because I knew you'd done the tribute album, but then I'd also known of other Ella tunes, and I was looking for them on the album, but they weren't on the album. I said, where did she do a Tisket a Tasket? I know she did a Tisket a Tasket, but it was on another album. All right, let's see.
This is another photograph from the camp. This was my first year as artistic director, and this is the in concert at Clement's Place. It was a packed house. The young lady with the red hair was from Australia. She came over. We had a student from Israel, and this young lady on the right on violin, her whole family, Mike Lee, her whole family, they're all musicians and great musicians. And the young lady on bass, Liani Mateo, was a camper when Jerry Allen was the artistic director, so she comes back and helps out. And another photo, that's the piano instructor, Ellen Rowe, who Jerry, I tried to keep as many of the faculty that Jerry had brought on, so she's a dear friend of Jerry Allen's, working with one of the students. Stefan Harris, giving his theory class. He's always so exuberant. The kids love him.
I think the last lecture that I came to, that I participated in, Stefan stole the show, right? Yeah.
That's our tap dance session with Brene Ali. We're learning the Shim Sham, which Carla Cook perfected.
I love the cross-genre, cross-form.
Another, that's an ensemble. We break that year I think we had 23 students, and so we break them up into ensembles, and each faculty member works with an ensemble.
How do the girls get selected? How do they apply? How do they come to your attention?
We start advertising. I think they're already advertising the camp, and there's no audition process. Jerry didn't have an audition process, which I kept. So when they get here, we do a placement exam. So they pick a tune. We have a list of tunes from beginner to advanced, and they play with a rhythm section. And we decide as a faculty group where we think they would thrive best. And the beautiful thing about it is most of them stay. They stay at Rutgers in the dormitories, and so after camp is finished, they're hanging out, they're helping each other with work, they're forming friendships, lifelong friendships, finding their tribe. And it's really beautiful to see. The first day they're so shy and barely talking to each other, and at the end of the week they're crying and hugging each other and exchanging emails.
Be lifelong friendships.
Mother Kirk, Dorothon Kirk.
They're bowed down.
Yes. What a history.
Yes, and a history and such service to the music and the community. So grateful for her.
This was, I think, our first year or second year at the camp, and I wanted the campers to have an opportunity to not only play in a concert setting, but to understand that music, there are different roles. You can decide you want to teach, you can play on stage and tour around, but you can also be of service to your community, or play in hospitals, nursing homes. After my mother passed, I became a hospice volunteer. And so I had my own patients before the pandemic, and I would go into their homes, and I concentrate on the elderly because a lot of times they don't have family members. And so this was a nursing home in Newark, and we called and we took them in to play, and it was just such a beautiful experience. The folks living there they just lit up. They knew the tunes. We made sure we picked tunes that they would know, and it was great for the young women just to see how much their gift was being appreciated on that type of level.
So you, and you mentioned this about having Marcus Belgrave as a mentor, but there is both, your own genius, like officially recognized as such, your virtuosity, your talent, but also this real sense of responsibility, of civic and community responsibility, and not having to step outside of yourself as a musician, but to bring yourself, full self as a musician, to that engagement that you do and pass on. It seems like that's a very important part of what you do.
It is, and I think that a lot of that came from Marcus. He would take us as youngsters. We'd play in nursing homes, hospitals. One of our teachers at Cass Tech, Pat Terry Ross, I was in harp and vocal with her. We'd go into nursing homes and perform, playing at church, performing, Carla's church with her group, and just seeing the joy. And I think, like I said, when I was with my mother in the hospital and just seeing how many people didn't have someone. But I take music in and play it for her, and in fact, her surgeon years earlier would play music. When he would put his patients under, he'd put jazz on.
Is that what brought that experience? I know you also have a project that I remember. I don't remember the full time. I remember your mother's name is in it, Grace, because I just love that concept. But did you bring some of those concerns and interests into the music that you chose to do for that CD, for that album?
Yes, actually, the title of the CD, Something for Grace.
Something for Grace, that's why.
Was
right.
the first time. This was pre-cell phone. The airplanes had phones. I remember sliding my credit card in there and calling, but I got an emergency call that she was in the hospital, and I completely freaked out and thought, I can't lose my mom. And I wrote the tune on the plane. It just came to me. The whole tune came to me, and I thought, I'm giving her her due while she's here, and she can appreciate it.
So beautiful, just really beautiful. Thank you for that. There's Tia.
Yeah, Tia Fuller, the sister talk. It was beautiful. The girls loved her. She was in Beyonce's All Women band.
Yes,
so
she's the saxophonist, right? So they were right up close and personal.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
And this was our trip to Birdland to hear the late Freddie Cole.
Nice. Oh, and did we have the video? There was a video. Maybe it didn't come through. The video. Well, that's fine, because in closing, what I wanted to share was something from your last album, the most recent one. I don't know if we have that clip. We can at least talk about it. Swing States. So we have just a few minutes, but can you tell us about the impetus for that project, talking about civic engagement? What made you decide to do Swing States, and how would you describe it?
I was actually in the midst of making another record, and then I had a conversation with a friend who actually produced the record, Kabir Sagal. And I had worked with him on Arturo O'Farrell's project at the border. And he asked me in the conversation, did I vote? Was I a voter? And I was a little taken aback, like, what do you mean? And then this whole conversation about how many people don't vote and feel like their vote doesn't count. And I got really upset, and he said, well, what do you think about doing a record on voting? And so at first we were looking at tunes, civil rights tunes, I was looking at, and then looking at all the states that were going to help make that decision. swing states. And so we took tunes from each of the swing states that were the state songs. For Detroit, actually, our state song, I didn't know this, it's "Oh Christmas Tree" or "Old Tannenbaum," and I said, we can't do that, because folks will be like, why is she recording at Christmas, you know? But I remember that "Dancing in the Streets," Martha Reeves and the Vandella, that tune became like a national anthem, a national civil rights anthem during the 60s when they were protesting. And so we decided to use that tune. And the arranger, John DeVersa, great trumpet player as well, arranged all the tunes, so they completely sound so different than what you would expect. And while we were in the studio, it was myself, John Batiste, Harvey Mason Jr., Kabir Segal on bass, and also Alexis Quedrado from Spain on bass. But we were talking about the whole election that was coming up. And some of the conversations, Kabir said, you know what, let's record these conversations and put them in the middle of the tunes. And I started the record with a memory from Detroit when I grew up there. There was Verner's Factory, but there was also Red Pop, Faygo Red Pop. And there was a whole tune that went to that. So we started the record off with that.
Well, we're probably done for time. I was gonna play one of the tunes, but you can listen to it. And I thought it worked the last time, so maybe if we play it, it will work this time. I was gonna play Georgia, because we need Georgia, so I was gonna play Georgia.
Yes, we do.
But thank you so much, Regina. I could do this all day. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Farah. Thank you.
Ooh, thank you so much for these two brilliant discussions. You know, it was so moving to hear about the collaborative networking that makes any one individual piece of work. And we tend to not understand that, acknowledge that, especially within a kind of very individualistic, driven Protestant commercial culture. But here we were hearing the ways in which the cross-generational generosity and love that's passed on, but also within the lifetime of any one artist, how their roles begin to change and shift as they get older. So that was really remarkable to hear that. So thank you for those insights. It was really wonderful. I just wanted to say that research in history, Jonathan, you'll appreciate this, is actually similar. It may not seem to be similar, it may not seem to be creative, it may seem to be the lone individual in the archives producing their brilliant work, but in fact, it has the same kind of collaborative, interlinking work, I think, as all really good scholarship and all really engaged scholarship does. So it's my pleasure now to introduce this clip we're gonna have of the presentation of the New Jersey Historical Commission's grant awards to the outstanding project that addressed a topic in the field of African American history. And it's designated as the Giles Wright Award in memory of the founding director of the Commission's Afro-American History Program. And Giles Wright, yes, Clement Price, Giles Wright, they did so much, and this again is an example of that kind of mentoring and cross-generational work and the public nature of their work. He was at the New Jersey Historical Commission for 25 years, and he produced publications and many programs, one of which was the New Jersey Multi-Ethnic Oral History project, which documented hundreds and hundreds of the first ethnic immigrant groups coming into this country after the 1965-68 eugenics laws were loosened up, and more the people we think of being part of the diversity that we take for granted now began to come in. They documented that moment. So to present this year's award, please welcome Dr. Larry Green, who's a professor of history at Seton Hall University, a member of the New Jersey Historical Commission, and I should also say part of the Marion Thompson Wright study club that was really part of the founding spirit and group of people who really supported Clement Price and Giles Wright. And the recipients of this year's award are Joe Zamia and Bernadette Rogoff from the Monmouth County Historical Association. So we're going to play the tape, and then I'm going to just say a few things about lunch. And, well, not lunch, but normally we would have lunch, but we're going to have tea. So we want to encourage you to stick around, and there'll be the amazing Bradford Hayes Quartet also playing in the courtyard. So please play the tape.
I've been given the honor of presenting the Giles R. Wright Award for program in the area of African American history for 2022. And I should mention that the Marion Thompson Wright Lecture Series is named after the pioneer African-American woman historian Marion Thompson Wright, who received her PhD from Columbia University and was an author of a number of very important articles and books on the Black experience in New Jersey. Clement Price, for whom our institute here is named, and Giles R. Wright, who was the program director at the Historical Commission, the African American Studies program director, and I'm a professor at Seton Hall University and former chair of the Historical Commission. We formed years ago when we were young, the Marion Thompson Wright Study Group. And out of that, along with Linworth Gunther and others, and Forrest Pritchett, and Leonard Muse, we started this series. And with the help of Rutgers University, which has played such an important role, and it's the house, so to speak, of the Marion Thompson Wright Lecture Series, we've proceeded over the years. And the recipient for this award, the Monmouth County Historical Association, has put together an excellent project called Beneath the Floorboards, Whispers of the Enslaved at Marl Pit Hall, Monmouth County, New Jersey. This is so important because it brings to light the history of the African American population in New Jersey. So many of my students are unaware that there was actually slavery in New Jersey or in any other northern state. And so it's very important to recapture and educate anew students about the history of this state and its relationship to slavery. And this particular exhibit does it so well. The Monmouth County Historical Association is working through their project, Living and Breathing Initiative, started in 2019 with the objective of reinterpreting its 4 colonial era houses to include the stories of the enslaved African Americans who were at that particular house, specifically the Marl Pit Hall farmhouse of Middletown, located in Monmouth County. This house was built in 1756 and housed 4 generations of the Taylor family. We have, through their efforts, and we will see today, verified at least 12 enslaved African Americans who were born into that particular home, born into servitude there between 1804 and 1806. So Beneath the Floorboards is a wonderful exhibit that brings the African American experience in New Jersey to light. And without further ado, I would like to turn the program to its recipients, the co-directors of the project, Mrs. Bernadette Rogoff and Joe Simla, who have worked so diligently to bring this historical experience to the public.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate this, and I have to say it's really an honor. I mean, it's an honor to receive any award, of course, but to receive one in recognition of Mr. Wright and his remarkable contributions to the field of African American history in New Jersey. It's just such an honor, and of course, we want to thank the New Jersey Historical Commission for helping us with this reinterpretation project and to tell this story, not only at Marl Pit Hall, but really throughout the story of the enslaved in New Jersey, which, like you had said earlier, it still surprises so many people to hear about New Jersey's long history of slavery. So we just felt it was such an important part of interpreting our historic houses. And the Living and Breathing Project, we hope to continue even after this exhibit and extend it to our other houses and hopefully inspire other people to do the same. So we really want to continue doing this work and reinterpret all of our histories to include the enslaved. And just real quick, I should thank our advisory panel who helped us so much throughout this project. And so Walter Greason, Richard Veit, Rick Gefkin, Linda Caldwell Epps, and Gilda Rogers. I just want to thank them so much for their help and assistance. Bernadette, maybe you want to chime in here?
It was, COVID actually kind of was a silver lining in a way for this particular project, because it allowed us time to really explore the house. We let the house and the artifacts that we unearthed really speak for themselves. And when we did this project, we really wanted to make it very intimate and very personal. So one of the core elements of the exhibition are 7 men, women, and children represented by mannequins. We did exhaustive research on textiles based on a lot of the runaway ads that appeared in 18th and early 19th century newspapers. So when visitors come to Marl Pit Hall, they're not faced with just a lot of words on the wall. They're actually walking around and engaging with human figures. So we introduce each person, so you get to know who these people are. You get to start to think about these men, women, and children. You think about their names and you think about their experiences. And so our hope is that when you leave, slavery is not just something in a book or on a wall. You start to think about it as truly living and breathing. People experienced this horrific thing. So we really think we hit the nail on the head with this one, and we had so much help with it. And it was my very great pleasure. This was actually my 45th changing exhibition in my career at MCHA. And it was just absolutely fabulous to be able to work with Joe Simla on this. So thank you so much.
And you as well, Bernadette.
Right back at you.
So Giles Wright passed away in 2009, but I'm really happy to say that later on, as we wrap up today, we're going to have the person who's finally been hired to replace Giles Wright's position at the New Jersey Historical Commission. And she is one of our alumni from Rutgers in Newark in the MA in History program in Public History. So we'll have her join us a little bit later. But now, normally, we would have lunch. And that's such an important part of the MTW tradition, because what is all this about play, about history, about overcoming difficulties, and about agency without also having food together? Unfortunately, during this period of COVID, we cannot do that. We will have some tea, and we are hoping to end early enough so that you all can go out and take advantage of some of the coupons and discounts we were able to arrange, especially at La Cocina nearby. But there's a bit of a break now, and we're going to be coming back for 2 more amazing discussion sessions. And during this break, while you can get some liquid and maybe run out, and if you have to smoke, just do it. But you have to come back, okay? And what you have to do is follow the music of the Bradford Hayes Quartet, which has been one of the ongoing relationships that we've had in MTW. And if you follow the music, you'll have a real treat, okay? So come back soon. And how much time do we have? I'm sorry. Okay, we have 10 minutes for the break. Okay, thank you. So come back in 10 minutes, okay? See you soon.
Hello, everyone. I hope you had some good tea. My name is Haynes, and I'm the newly appointed Associate Curator of Arts of Global Africa here at the Newark Museum. Thank you so much. It is an honor and an absolute pleasure to introduce to you the next speakers, artist Bisa Butler and Linda Harrison, the CEO and Director of the Newark Museum of Art. The two will be in conversation about Butler's awe-inspiring quilted portraits of Black figures. Like Marion Thompson Wright, Butler is a native of the Oranges. And for those of you who are not from around here, I'm not referring to the citrusy fruit, but to Newark's neighboring towns. She received her formal training at Howard University, where she studied under influential artists such as Elizabeth Cutlett and Jeff Donaldson. She has a BFA from there and an MA from Montclair University, where she took the fiber arts class that would shape her artistic process. Her work is in the permanent collection of several museums, including ours. For those of you joining us in person, I highly encourage you to see her work that we are honored to have, standing at 9 feet and by 12 feet. Standing at 9 feet by 12 feet, it's her largest piece to date, and in a recent CBS interview, she referred to it as her baby, so yay for us. It's titled The Warmth of Other Suns and is currently on view in our modern and contemporary art galleries. In 2022, Bisa Butler was awarded a Gordon Parks Foundation Fellowship and was awarded a United States Artist Fellowship in 2021. And now for our fearless leader, Linda Harrison, who gave welcome remarks earlier this morning, joined the museum in January 2019 as the first Black woman to lead the museum. Since then, she has been on a mission to transform the institution into a 21st century museum that is relevant, accessible, and inclusive to diverse voices. I believe this year's lecture and conference theme of play is befitting of a conversation between these two phenomenal women. They are both known to hold space for joy and play within all the seriousness of their work. Butler's subjects, defiant and confronting stares, are rendered in bold, vibrant, and expressive colors and set against fun pattern backgrounds. Some have flowery hair, and delightful to me personally is that they all wear clothes and accessories fashioned out of plenty of fabrics from the continent. With that comes through their playful yet serious act of liberation and assertion of their human dignity. And the process of creating them is both joyful and cathartic to Butler. As for Linda Harrison, in the short time I've been at the museum, I couldn't help but notice that she brings a refreshingly light and gracious energy to the museum. In our first all-staff meeting of the year, she encouraged us to give one another a courtesy fist bump, a courtesy fist bump or elbow bump as we move through the museum to avoid losing sight of each other's humanity as our faces hide under our COVID masks. I'm very excited to hear them talk, and I hope you are too. Please help me welcome Bisa Butler and Linda Harrison.
Thank you. Well, Bisa, we feel like you are just totally family here, and I would say the sense of play. Quilts, quilts, quilts. Who thinks of quilts to play with? Who thinks of quilts as a political act? Who thinks of quilts as art? Because the art world, this esteemed art world that I belong to, has not thought of quilts as art. It's some craft that somebody do, and there's usually women, and we don't even see them.
Not at all.
Who produce these quilts.
Yes.
And so I really am excited to have you talk to us about how did a quilt become your medium?
Well, I'm excited to talk to you about how that happened. And I'm so happy to be sitting here speaking with you, Linda, because I'm a big fan of yours, and I have been watching your star zoom across these horizons. And so it's a real pleasure to be here with you today.
Thank you. Thank you.
And why quilts? How quilts? Well, I just want to point out early on that I didn't come from a family of quilters, so I'm not lucky enough to have that. I'm not lucky enough to have that legacy. But as many African Americans, we don't necessarily know what our ancestors did on those plantations when they came to this country. And I feel that there must have been a space. When I first made a quilt, it connected with me so deeply that I knew that this was for me. My mother and my grandmother were seamstresses, not by trade, but because they loved fashion, like many women did, right, prior to 1970.
Right. We all love it.
We all love it. My mother would look at Halston ads, or she'd look at a Yves Saint Laurent in a magazine, and she would recreate that. So I grew up watching this meticulous craftsmanship. But why quilts? Quilts are not, as you mentioned, a part of the lexicon of fine art mediums. When I was at Howard University, actually my professors were balking. The more fabric I put on, it made my whole degree almost not happen. In my final degree presentation, the professors got into like a scuffle between themselves over whether or not I had fulfilled the requirements of a painting degree.
You see, this is how it's deeply embedded in the art world.
Yes.
Whether it's in the auction houses or our museums, our curatorial practice, that this is not art. And when we have that kind of thinking, this is the challenge that we are having as museums today, being relevant, that we cannot look for our curators from the same space, with the same background, because it's not giving us that expanded story. How we dress as women, let alone as Black women, is going to impact how someone thinks about our abilities before we've even said a word, before we've even demonstrated the magnificence of your work that people are seeing now across the world. It just, and don't even think that there is a mother or a woman of the 70s or the 60s
Mhm.
who even looked at a fashion magazine. You would think, oh, we don't even know that that exists. And
Right.
all of this helps contribute to the culture of then the art that's produced.
Exactly. I felt a distinct separation between what I wanted to do and what was allowed. And when I first started making quilts, I was in grad school at Montclair State. It was just an example for class. It was a sample of what I could do. My professor was saying, you need to make a quilt. Everyone in fiber arts, you can make a landscape, you can do a traditional block quilt, you can do applique, you can make a portrait. And I was like, oh, I'm gonna make a portrait. That moment was when I realized this is it. It fit so perfectly. The portrait was of my grandmother, Violet Hammond. So I used fabric with little violets on it. The fabric that I had access to were the scraps, her leftover remnants from those dresses. So when you see my quilts, you'll see silk and cotton and violet and lace, because those are the fabrics that were left to me. But in one hand, I had the art world saying, quilts are not it, unless they look like traditional block quilts. At that time, the G's Ben quilt show had opened at the Whitney, and that became the standard. This is what African American quilts look like.
Mm-hmm.
And then as a painter, I wasn't using paint. So that is not what painting should look like. And it left me in a limbo. I was told by more than one gallery that there was no space for me.
This is, when you speak, I was thinking of Faith
Yes.
Ringgold, and who was told, you're not even an artist at all.
Right.
This is, and her use of the quilt as sharing these different stories from the
Yes.
diaspora. And this is why I wanted to, I was so happy to have you here to talk today for some of the emerging artists,
Mhm.
particularly these young women,
Mhm.
these girls, to see that I can actually make something that's very powerful and it's legitimate.
Yes.
And you have to see more and more artists like yourself so
Right.
that they can really feel bold enough to do the work that you're doing.
Right. It's so simple, you think, right? See somebody in that space doing it, and then you believe that it can be you. It doesn't matter if what I did is the greatest thing or the worst, but the fact that I exist in the space alone, the fact that I am saying I belong here and I should be seen as such.
I'm so glad that you are starting with these two. Well, nothing that you do is not colorful, but this notion of color,
Yes.
it's like the reaction was like, whoa, what is that? Is it a painting? What is it? Is it a photograph? And I know that you went to Howard, and the Afro Cobra group was there, and this whole sense of color. I just want to understand, have us understand, how did that fit into your getting to this? Because you could have done portraits
Right.
with textiles,
Yes.
but this is yet another level.
This is, I look at my portraits like they're a portrait of the person. So what we talked about, somebody being able to exist in the space. Like Chadwick Boseman, if I go to just why him? Because of what he represented as a strong black man, to say I won't take degrading roles. I won't allow myself to be belittled on screen. And it wasn't an arrogance. It was that other people who see that, young black people, older black people, are also degraded by this performance. And then non-black people are getting hoodwinked again about who are black people. So he felt that he would wait until the right roles came around. And for me, I felt well, I had no choice but to wait because the doors were not going to open.
I love the idea that you have those people who are known, who are famous,
Yeah,
and then the everyday people.
right.
You've intentionally decided that you would take that approach of showing people, just the everyday people, who they are. And can you talk about how you get to those people? Some artists use their families, their friends, and how do you approach some of the work, particularly the work that we have with just everyday people?
Everyday people. I grew up watching my father live and work really hard. Dr. A. Zachary Yamba, Dad, can you wave? My father was the president of Essex County College for, is it 39 or 40? 39 years.
Congratulations.
I grew up watching him work hard and people acknowledging him, you're doing well, Dr. Yamba, but I also grew up hearing about how hard he worked in order to get to that position. He's an immigrant from Ghana, and he came as a young man. He didn't come with, yes, thank you. Yes, Ghana. He didn't come with there was no nepotism dynasty waiting for him. His father couldn't put him into his position. He was an African immigrant in the 60s when that wasn't necessarily something that people were looking for. He didn't come with a big padded bank account. There were no gold or gold mines in the family. And he talked about how hard he worked to get to where he was and what it meant to him to be able to support and take care of his family. So I think about when I see hardworking people, those to me are the royalty. When I see somebody whose hands are rough, but in that hand with those rough knuckles, they're holding the hand of their young son and they're walking.
Do you have one of those images in the series? I think it's somewhere there.
Let's move.
Well, there's the
my grandparents. That was the
These are your
piece I was
grandparents.
discussing. My grandmother, Violet Hammond, and my grandfather, Dr. Francis Hammond, was the first dean of philosophy at Seton Hall University.
So here's the Newark history,
Yes.
the richness of Newark. This is something that I was struck with when I arrived here 4 years ago. There were two secrets that one did not know. Well, I didn't know. One, that this was a university town with, I mean, you say Berkeley and you know that there's the University of Berkeley. And here, it's like there's Rutgers, Newark, Seton Hall. And the other was the richness of the artist community.
Yes.
That there is a really, really vibrant artist community. And I want you to talk about how that has nurtured you. But before we go to that, I want to really stay with this concept of everyday people, part of your world, part of your practice, if you will, in terms of you're sitting back and deciding, now what am I going to do? What's next?
I started, like I said, with family, right? I wanted to show the people who I loved that I was proud of them and that I honored them. And that concept of an ordinary person stayed with me. So as I started thinking about how can I present work to the wider art world, what is it that I want to say? I'm gonna move a little bit and see if, I'll go back. Okay, so these portraits are ordinary people, but they're people who I think represent the best of us. a family together, working and striving, a young couple at the beginning of their journey, bonding together and saying, like, despite all odds, we are going to make a go in this world together. The portrait of the family was taken, it was a photo that I found of a family in the 1940s. It was taken by the Farm Securities Administration. The photographer was no less than Dorothea Lange. And it was a photo of a mother and her children on the steps. And the father, the caption said, "Father works in the pine tar plantation, making $1.75 a week." But the father wasn't in the photo because if you know anything about those plantations, I don't think they were free to leave, not during the week.
Right.
They had to
Right.
get a pass as if they were still slaves. And being that he worked so hard and only made $1.75 a week, the mother and her children did not have shoes, but they had gold earrings. So I thought about this photo was, a photographer shows up, it's Dorothea Lange, and she says, "Can I snap your photo?" And the mother, they can't afford shoes, but wait, we're gonna put on these earrings and jewelry for this photo. So it mattered to her how her children were perceived and how she herself was perceived. I added a man into the figure because I knew that his absence would not have been taken the same in the Black community as it would in a mainstream or wider community. If the father works and he's gone, to others it may appear that there is no father.
Right.
Just because he's not in the photo, it meant he didn't exist. This is their one photo. It's not like Dorothea Lange could go back with a print and find this one poor family and give them their prints, so they would never have seen it. So I feel like I'm tasked with that now. I'm looking through the National Archives, and I come across this photo, and I think, what would they want? How do they want me to present them?
In essence, you are really helping us, as the art community, to correct this canon. When people come and now these are the stories. There's not just the story of absence or the story through
Right.
someone else's lens.
Mhm.
It's coming from the Black lens. What would that look like?
What would that look like? I adorn them and put African prints on them because this is a part of their legacy. They are the descendants of Africans who had more. They're more than just this poor family of pine tar plantation workers or sharecroppers. The legacy was stolen from them. They don't know their African names. Most of us don't know our African names. What did our grandfathers do? What did our grandmothers weave? What did they eat? We don't have that. So if I can give a little piece back by saying, this African cloth belongs to you. It was made for you. It's worn by your descendants. And I want people to see that you don't need to judge somebody on how much money they have or what kind of shoes they're wearing, but what is the heart of the person. So I'm trying to portray that I think that they're beautiful physically, but I think that they're beautiful interiorly.
I love that. This is part of the theme that's been happening. We've heard this name, this guy called Clement Price.
Yeah.
And the notion, I didn't get a chance to meet him. I looked at all of his videos, his talks, and reading about him, and that notion of whether you're the $5 person, or you only have $5, or you only have 5 million. I think is that what you said? That he was treating you equally, and this is as an artist, you're doing that, and then you're also bringing the complete story to our vision. And you talked about when we started earlier, you would take the scraps. You started with your scraps.
Yes.
These fabrics you have evolved on. These are not just scraps anymore.
No.
Do you want to share with us how you get to how you get these the textiles now
Yes.
that you use and your approach to it, because it literally jumps off of these. Works of yours are jumping off the screen, but to walk up to one in person and people are stunned that it's actually fabric.
It's all fabric.
Yeah.
I do say that all the time. You know, I have a painting background, so I learned the design, construction, sketching at school, at Howard. And they tasked us not with just learning how to do things in a formal way, but they tasked us at Howard with the legacy behind the art. They wanted to create a Black aesthetic. What is art for us? We are struggling. Just this morning I saw the news, and I'm sure some of you saw that young boy handcuffed at the Bridgewater Mall. In that instant, he was less, and the young white man was allowed to walk away.
Right.
In that instant. So if that is the state of Black America right now, just from that instance, what does white privilege look like? What does racism look like? How can it affect your livelihood? Then we as artists at Howard, they told us that we had a responsibility to help the situation. You have power as an artist. You have a tool that you can help. And so they were focused on liberation and equality and the elevation of the Black race. My professors who were a part of AfriCobra, when they had their first exhibit, they called it 10 in Search of a Nation, because they felt like they were nationless, although we had been here all along. And so that always sticks with me. What is it that I want to say and how? So when you talked about sourcing the fabrics, I'm not going to use scraps always. I can use remnants because they have a historical purpose. They have actually some of the fabrics, if they've been worn and washed, they have DNA on them, so they have legacy and they have a spiritual resonance. But I also want to use the finest fabrics on my figures. I feel like they deserve it. They were the ones cleaning and washing and cooking and weaving. And we know how much Black people contributed to the making of this country. So they should wear the cloths as well. So I like to adorn my figures with Nigerian adire and Ghanaian kente. I like my figure. I'm going to go back to Chadwick just because. Oh, actually, let's stay with Ms. Tubman. The fabric behind her, I'm using a lot of Dutch wax fabric here. And I think it's beautiful, but it also tells the story of Harriet Tubman. The prints that she's wearing are from a company called Vlisco, who had a project with women from the Congo who were victims of war crimes, sexual war crimes. And as you know, in Africa, if you are assaulted, the woman somehow is supposed to take on that guilt, and they are cast out. And the women went to a refuge called the City of Joy. And in the City of Joy, they started designing their own fabrics. And this fabric on her skirt, at the bottom, you'll see looks like yellow waves. And if we could zoom in, you would see that there's alligators in there. So they talked about, that was the point when they were in prison and held captive and being assaulted. And as you move up in the skirt, you see it's jungle and starts to get thick. And as you move up higher, you'll see leaves and flowers. You'll see birds and the sun, because they said that that was their journey from imprisonment to freedom. So this fabric, to put that on Harriet Tubman after what she went through, and all the people that she helped. If you look at her skirt here, you'll see there's a lion at the bottom, because I've heard that Harriet was referred to as Moses and the general. And so I thought about that she is that lion hidden because she always moved in silence and covertly until emancipation. And then as you move up the piece, her sleeves are all filled with birds and flowers, because I wanted to demonstrate her journey to freedom.
This is so wonderful. We're going to have you come back when they debut the Harriet Tubman Square.
Yes.
You know, Washington Park is now will be Harriet Tubman Square, and the sculpture that will be there, because this is yet more of these stories and that approach, and your way of presenting her journey through the dress that she has on the skirt, and then as an overall quilt. It's fascinating.
Thank you.
That people are
Thank
listening
you.
to the quilt lady.
The
right?
quilt lady.
Look, I'm walking down Broad Street to the museum. People are walking towards me, and this person says, "Museum lady, we love that Bisa Butler." You know, just on the street, you know, it's like, okay, this means we are really evolving to be of the community. When some stranger just says to me, Bisa Butler, right? Love it, and we want to do more about it because it hits the center of telling these different stories, and this is what we're trying to do here at the museum. Our 18th and 19th century galleries tell a different story, and over this, starting this year, we will be disrupting those galleries. Wow. With the stories that were happening around slavery, while you are seeing the sereneness of a 19th or 18th century family. And we love that, because once you come from those galleries, then you wind up in front of your piece.
The warmth of other suns.
That just stops people. It stops them at least a few times before they even get up to your piece.
Let's see. Let's go on a little journey. Okay. So that journey that you talked about, our journey is the American journey. The migration is the American story. People who are coming looking for more. When we were brought here, we were not brought here to enjoy the spoils of the new land. We were here to work, and we were not here to even have family, to even have names, to even have shoes on your feet or a blanket on your bed. You're brought here as a beast of labor. And the migration is us moving from that. I'm not going to stay on this plantation. I'm not going to be sharing your crops and receiving none of the rewards of it. We're going to leave and look for better, which is in essence the American story of why this country was formed. And so I called it the warmth of other suns, because I was reading Isabel Wilkerson's novel about the African American migration, and at the same time, George Floyd had been murdered in front of our very eyes. And I was looking at the officer who killed him and how blank his face was, as if there wasn't a life beneath him. And the video, I'm sorry if I'm traumatizing anyone by even recounting what I felt, but when he released fluids because he was getting a pass, I thought about the warmth of his blood pulsing through his body, and that officer didn't care. And so I call this the warmth of other suns, because it represents the migration, but it's also my story of how the world was at 2020 and what I had been seeing, and that I felt that his humanity had been denied.
This particular piece also has, if you can talk a little bit, how you get to the coloring, there's the fabric, and these are the African fabrics that you're using, but
Yes.
you have the detail like a painter of the shadow, and then the types of colors that you're using for the shadow. And I think this is what makes these pieces just speak to us,
Yeah.
and they're so stunning. And how do you accomplish that? I'm just excited about. I want the emerging artists
Yes.
to hear how you accomplish that, as well as wow, I think I did something
Right.
like that at home in my room
Right.
with no one looking,
Right.
because this is where our new emerging artists would come from, this
Yes.
inspiration from you.
I taught high school art in Newark Public Schools for 10 years. I taught at American History High School, speaking of history, and I taught at Columbia High School for 3 years. So I always had to break it down because I wanted every student in my class to feel success. It's important, especially for teenagers, to have that reassurance and that self-esteem. Yes, you can do this. So what I would tell them is, number one, choose a portrait of someone you admire. And then number two, let's look at it in black and white. And I would talk to them about the value scale. Don't get hypnotized or seduced by color. Just look at light and dark. What is light and what is dark? And you know that skill for artists with a pencil. You could make a whole universe with just being able to control what is light and what is dark. And so as I look at a black and white photo, I'll draw on top of it with a Sharpie. And I'm still simply just outlining what is light and what is dark, what is medium. That becomes like a map, or in other words, it's a pattern, like a dressmaker. So I'm always flitting between my teaching and my education from school and then what I was taught at home. My grandmother and my mother, those meticulous Yves Saint Laurent knockoffs, right? That skill and meticulous eye of detail is coming from them. And then I start selecting the fabric. What do I want to say about each individual? If you see me using a lot of red, I'm trying to say that I feel like that person is powerful. And then that goes back to my art school background and the European painterly tradition of using color to invoke emotion. Red, thought of like power, force, passion, love. We think about blue as cool, calm, more serene, maybe even somber. So I'm using color on each person by just cutting little pieces of silk and chiffon and organza and layering it. When you look at let's say the little boy in the center, originally his face was just a shade of orange, the whole face, and everything else is just a layer upon layer upon layer. It may take me 2 hours to do an eye, 2 hours to do the other eye, 2 hours for the nose. Even, I hope some of you are able to see upstairs because his little beady bees, you know, the peas, I cut those out of velvet on purpose because I want to say two things. I think that his African kinky hair is beautiful. I want to say that you don't have to brush out those peas. It's coils, they're formed. That is a part of the way God made his hair. I'm also using velvet because I want to say that it's precious and it's soft and it's rich. And so I'm using those fabrics to communicate to everyone. I feel like quilters have an advantage because we all know what fabrics feel like. So when you see the piece, you don't have to feel like, well, I don't know what that is. You automatically, you know what velvet feels like, so you start right away you're thinking luxury, nice, good. So I want to say different things about the people. As I'm layering each piece, this piece took 7 months. So each person took basically a full month for me to work through. And it's not that I can't cut faster, but it's what do I want to say and why this color on him? If you look all the way at the end, the man standing there, I represented him like the father. And on his chest, I wanted to say something about where they came from. In this photo, the original photo, they were leaving Florida and going to Cranberry, New Jersey. And Jack Delano from the Farm Security Administration took their photo on the way, on the road in North Carolina. So I wanted to show that like shotgun house, that one-room house like close to his heart, because that's where the home was. And that's the land that they worked and loved and nurtured their family. But on his legs, I wanted to represent like the tenement buildings that they'd be going to in either Newark or Philadelphia, Boston, Chicago, Houston, possibly even New Orleans, but wherever they were headed, it wasn't going to look like home anymore. So I put that fabric on his legs because that's where they're going. And each person, I'd like to put things on them to show where they are, where they have been, and what they want. The little boy, the horse is on his legs. I'm sure he saw horses or wanted a horse. And one of the horses jumping off his legs, because he is a child, so I don't want everything to be that he can't imagine, he can't have joy.
Well, that's part of what the conversation has been around the theme here of play, and
Yes.
that Black children can't play. And if they're playing, well, they must be doing something to, about to do something bad to someone, or it's just not in the consciousness and the top of mind that it is for us as Black folks. But the general society thinks, no, you don't play.
You don't play, you just work.
Only my
Or
white
mischief.
children play.
Oh.
And so we have to really open up these stories that really expose to people, to our allies,
Yes.
all of our allies, that this is what the expanded world means, for you to experience and hear and share these stories that really are quite universal. And particularly, this is, I'm so excited that you've gone so deeply local. You are Newark, and you
Yes.
are sharing these Newark stories and starting out of your family. But then you are now on the cover of Time magazine, on the cover of Essence. You name the
Yes.
cover, and you're about to have a show at the Serpentine in London, right?
No.
No?
No, that would be great though.
Okay. I'm just going to will that so that
Yes.
you are going to go to London and show this complete show again, and
Yes.
we'll talk about it there at the Serpentine Gallery.
Yes, I would love to hear that about that. I am planning a number of exhibits coming up.
The Smithsonian is coming up.
The
so.
Smithsonian is coming up.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm trying to see, an exhibit that I was a part of closed recently at the Museum of Fine Arts, Boston. And this is my piece that I just finished of the Harlem Hellfighters that has been acquired by the Smithsonian Museum of American Art and Renwick Gallery.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
This is just such an example how the teacher from Newark, the artist, you're doing that work that speaks to you and telling those stories. Because really it's about the stories, and your stories are global
Right.
now, and others are have this opportunity to hear them, and we're just so immensely proud of you and
Thank
what
you.
you represent
Thank you.
to us and representing us in this way.
Yes, thank you. The Harlem Hellfighters, there were a number of them that came from Newark, Philadelphia, and Harlem.
What is it? What is it about Newark?
It's something special.
It's like
It's very special.
because you know how you have kids across the country who say, well, okay, I'm going to go to New York to do this, or I'm going to go to LA to do this.
Yes.
And Newark is this place where artists are just really deeply talented in all the different aspects
Yes.
of the art. I mean, Willie Cole, his sculptures
Yes.
here, you, and I just want you to let you know that yesterday, no, I guess it was Thursday, in front of your work on the second floor of the museum here in our contemporary galleries, Governor Murphy sat there and told the commentator about your piece.
Wow.
He said, "Oh no, this is Suns, like S-U-N-S," and he was speaking about how gorgeous this was. So this is how we get to other people through art. Actually,
Yes.
has then that ability to wake someone up who maybe were not as woke as they should have been, and perhaps art comes in. It's not only for wellness and healing, but also sharing some difficult stories and have
Yes.
difficult conversations.
Yes, I
about them.
find that, to me, when you mention Newark artists, it's almost like some cities are inundated and they get wrapped up in the money of art, or the commerce of art. Like, let's just say New York. You know, they're the fruit of the earth, the artists who are working, but they need to live and survive, and things are very expensive. And I felt like the artists in Newark, they were able to watch what was happening in New York and remain a part of it, but also separate. The community of artists remained, that it wasn't stamped out by huge galleries coming through and controlling what you make and how you make it. It's about the sell. They were able to still remain like, what is the root of it? Why is this art important? Because I was a teacher for so long, I wasn't in the wider art world. So no matter what they said or didn't like, I wouldn't have been affected by it because I wasn't in it. But that allowed me to grow as an artist. I was allowed to be influenced by Jerry Gant, Gladys Grower, Russell Murray. I was able to talk to them and receive advice from them without it being like a huge crush of fans that you can't get through. They always remained a part of the community and one with the people. And I think that helped nurture me and will help nurture other artists coming up now.
I think you just have explained that secret sauce of being here in Newark and working through the art, and also will be the reasons why people will come to Newark,
Right.
Because creating this cultural, urban cultural art district is, I think this is what helps to make a city vibrant as well. In our final minutes, I want to ask you, what can museums do? What can the cultural institutions, you've been visiting quite a few, you just came from my friend Franklin's museum, the Perez Museum in Miami. What is it that we can do to really be impactful for artists?
I think the access that the Newark Museum provides is is a way that other artists and other cities can look at. I feel like museums can be that cultural hub. There can be courses, as you all offer them here, the open days where maybe they're free. The Newark Museum, you always had that program where the teachers visit, the museum educators visit the schools and they bring artifacts with them. When I was a Newark public school teacher, the museum was free to us and we could walk our students over anytime. I think I did have to call ahead, but only like a few days, so the doors remained open. And I think it's very important that museums remember their purpose. What are you here for and who? I know that the Newark Museum is connected to the Ballantine House, so that is a beautiful structure, but at that time, the museum was for a family like the Ballantines. But now that the Ballantine House is a public...
You're being so elegant in how you like, tell me exactly what I need to do here at this museum to make our museum of the community. And this is important. It's not just for me, but for museums across the country. And the Ballantine House, if you probably all notice, it's wrapped at the moment. We're completely restoring it. And when we reopen it, we will be telling the stories of the African diaspora, the Mexican diaspora, even the Irish diaspora that came through the carriage house and the back door of the Ballantine House. So we completely are going to flip this so that you're just not having this one side of the story.
One side of the story.
But I want to invite you to always tell us what we need to do. Thank you.
Thank you,
for joining
Linda.
us today.
Thank you all so much. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Oh, that was so weak. Come on, y'all. Come on, come on. Let's do this again. Let's do this again. Good afternoon. All right, you're talking to the granddaughter of a preacher, so we got to do this call and response. First and foremost, to our previous panel, that was extraordinary. And it's such a reflection of what this whole event has been. A number of people I've had an opportunity to talk with over the last few minutes have mentioned how important it is that we are in person. I know that there are lots of people who are seeing this online, but there's a particular vibe, a particular kind of energy that comes with being in place that is so powerful, especially given the speakers who are here. I have the honor, the absolute honor of being able to introduce the next panel, Camilla Forbes and Dominique Morisseau. So, Camilla is an esteemed award-winning director and producer for theater and television, who currently serves as the executive producer at the world-famous Apollo Theater in Harlem. Her most recent television work is a television adaptation of Ta-Nehisi Coates' best-selling novel, Between the World and Me, which premiered as a special event on HBO and HBO Max in November 2020. For this, she garnered an NAACP nomination for the Best Directing. She is currently directing Nicole Hannah-Jones' docuseries 1619 for Hulu ABC. Her directing credits include By the Way, Meet Vera Stark, written by Lynn Nottage, Blood Quilt, written by Katori Hall, and Sunset Baby, written by our own Dominique Morisseau, with whom she's teaming up again to direct the Soul Train musical. In 2021, she was nominated by President Biden to be a member of the National Council on the Arts. Please welcome Camille Forbes. Camilla Forbes. Also joining us is Dominique Morisseau, who is the author of The Detroit Project, a 3-play cycle that includes Skeleton Crew, which is now on Broadway, Paradise Blue, and Detroit 67. Her list of plays includes Pipeline, Sunset Baby, which was produced by Labyrinth Theater, Blood at the Root, produced by the National Black Theater, and Follow Me to Nellie's, produced by Premier Stages. She is also the Tony-nominated book writer on the Broadway musical Ain't Too Proud, The Life and Times of the Temptations. She most recently served as the co-producer on the Showtime series Shameless. She is a 2-time Obie Award winner and a recipient of the 2018 MacArthur Genius Grant. Please welcome Camilla Forbes and Dominique Morisseau.
Thank you for that. Truly appreciate it. And wow, what an amazing day. I'm so full. I was sitting there like at the edge of my seat with every single speaker from the introduction from the top of the day to now. And then I was like, oh wait, no, we gotta go now. Right. We gotta talk. What are we gonna do? So I had to remind myself, right, play, freedom, resistance, Black joy. That's where we're gonna sit in. And it is such my pleasure. I'm up here cheesing and giggling because to be in conversation with Dominique at any point in time and any day is a beautiful day. I have known you for a very long time, for the last, 17, maybe 20 years, I don't know, but something like that. But what I will—
Let's not be specific.
We don't need to be specific on the day, because we still look young. But but what I will say is that, the credits, and thank you so much, Dean, for reading out those brilliant credits, because, it's always so, I get so in awe of what she has accomplished in the time that I have known her. But I also want to say, these credits don't even begin to tap the impact that she has had in our world. She's an activist, a warrior, an educator, a new mama, a wife, a friend, a leader, actress, poet, and a trailblazer. But one thing I want to point out is that all of those titles she brings into every room that she walks into. And that's why I'm always so honored to ever sit with her, talk, text, kiki, giggle. So we're gonna be in really a mode and conversation of play. Yes. Because we didn't rehearse this. We're theater people, we're used to rehearsing and we're just gonna flow. But speaking about flowing, what I wanna talk about actually is that we have known each other a while, and what reminded me this morning as I was on the taxi coming from Brooklyn to Newark, which was a long ride, but I'm so happy to be here because I just love I love Newark. I mean, I'm really full. I was like, yo, Salamisha, there's so much happening. And thank you to Salamisha for curating such a beautiful day. So thoughtful, so specific. Whenever she shows up, I'm like, yeah, I'm there, whatever. You know, even in Newark at 8 a.m. on a Saturday, I'm there. But I was watching YouTube videos on the way here. And like it brought to my mind, was it 2013, I traveled to your wedding.
Oh, here you go.
In Detroit, right? Where you married your partner, Mr. Jimmy Keys, who's a brilliant producer, musician. And this was both of your hometown, Detroit, and I got to attend the wedding. And let me just say it was a treat because not only are they both musicians and artists, but they are lovers of their hometown, Detroit. I loved hearing, Bisa, you talk about Newark and how steeped you are here in Newark. And so it just brought me back to like, you know, Detroit. And because, you know, I got to attend in person, but those of you who didn't get to attend, which is probably most of you here, they had an infamous dance video, right, that went viral the next day and was on Good Morning America, the video, not that we weren't on a honeymoon the next day, but it was on Good Morning America, but it was a viral dance video. But I point that out because the creativity that was put into each and every mode and step, but it also illuminated, because, you know, if you all know Detroit, hand dancing, right, is a big part of the cultural fabric, which you and your partner Jimmy, are quite expert and proficient of, and you could see that in the YouTube viral video. But I want to, bringing that back to this fabric of Detroit, right? The theme of Detroit, which plays such a huge role in a lot of your work. And I just wonder if you could just talk a little bit about, how it underscores, how does Detroit serve as a role of inspiration for you as a writer?
Yes, well, thank you. Thank you guys for having me here, and thank you for that illuminating conversation. I just felt, I like 100 ways that I connected with that it's just 100 ways. And one of them, the first one is the way in which my hometown is a part of my DNA. It's how much it formed me as an artist, how much the city, I grew up in Detroit under the tenure of Coleman Young. And that is a different Detroit than even the Detroit of now. And was definitely a different Detroit than the Detroit that happened once I left Detroit. But Coleman Young's Detroit was a very Black-centric Detroit, and with Black leadership in every facet of Detroit life. So I grew up in a Detroit that was your lawyer, your doctor, your dentist, the police department were your friends. They were the people you looked up to, the fire department. These were all Black leadership run. The school board, your teachers, I mean, even when I went to my elementary school, I always talk about this, but I went to a magnet school. But inside of that school, our Chinese American teachers, our white teachers all had a strong foundation in Black history. So the best Black history program I ever had in life, was taught by my Chinese American teacher, Mr. Yi. I mean, and when I tell you, the joint, he had kindergartners, it was a battle, we called it Bates Battle. And from kindergarten through 8th grade, because it was a K through 8 school, the whole school would show up for these tournaments, these Black history tournaments. And it was like Family Feud mixed with I don't know, whatever else you hit a buzzer for, And, you'd be lined up with your kids and it was who invented peanut butter, Or it was who performed the first open heart surgery? Bam, Dr. Daniel Hale Williams, And it was you would have to study these facts and you would put together teams with your friends. And so the kindergartners are putting together their own teams. And it was crazy. You were like, what study facts do you know? And who can get us the best chance of winning this battle, So from K through 8, the school was run and seeped in Black history. But I just say all that to say, and so all of the Black literature and storytelling, that the tradition of Black storytelling was born to me in Detroit. But I grew up with an aunt who was a visual artist and a dancer. You know, she had a dance company. So I went to see plays when I was a kid. You know, so there was always art and storytelling and visual and literary art around me in my childhood that was steeped in my identity. When I went to the University of Michigan and was in their theater department, I was at a predominantly white institution. That was the first place I was like, so wait, we're not all studying George Wolfe? Does not everybody read Ntozake Shange? Is that not required curriculum? You know, and so it was, that was weird for me. And then I had to, you know, at school be like, I do not see reflections of myself. That was the first time I ever heard of like institutional racism. I had no idea what that was. For me growing up in Detroit, white people were the ones that were poor. So I was like, oh my God, my white friends was like, oh, they live on the southwest side of Detroit, you know. Like, poor them, I hope they're okay, you know. And I did not have any kind of sense of whatever else the rest of the world was experiencing.
Right.
Yeah.
But so also, you know, you found, that's interesting, so the rooted in sort of Blackness and illuminating that, obviously, we obviously see in your work, but also there's a personal, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think about your Detroit play series, right? And the choice as a playwright to be, you know, we see a lot of writers come to New York and somehow they divorce themselves from their hometowns to make it, right? But you did the complete opposite, right? You came to New York with every bit and fiber of Detroit and made a huge stamp. And I just wonder, you know, in regards to, when was that moment that, you know, you set out as a writer and said, well, you know what, this play series is who I am, or these stories of these people from my town is who I am, and what the motivation was behind that?
Well, I was doing a study of Pearl Clegg and her work as an essayist, a novelist, playwright, and one of my favorite writers. And I was doing a study as an actor down at Shooting Star Theater, which was run by the recently passed Imani from NYU. And while we were at her theater, while we were studying Pearl Clegg's work back to back to back, and we were like doing this whole, you know, Karen Molina White came in, we were just doing all these, you know, we were like theatricalizing all of her works. And I was like, this is interesting. I learned a lot about a person when I'm just like reading their work back to back like this, you know. I was like, I'm gonna try this again. I'm gonna do August Wilson's 10-play cycle, you know. And I got to like 7, but before I got distracted, you know. But as I was reading his cycle, and I had already known a lot of his plays, but I had never tried to read them like back to back and see how that informed me, you know. And when I did that, I learned so much about not only him as a writer, but also I just started to feel all kind of like swollen pride for Pittsburgh, you know. Like, dang, the people of Pittsburgh, they must feel so loved when they read this man's work. They must feel immortal, you know. And I was like, I got to do this. I got to do this for Detroit. I have to do this for my city because, as always, you know, there's just too much negative narrative about Detroit, and those narrators are mostly and largely the media, largely not people from our tradition or did not, you know, don't have any love. It's not an internal narrative of our city. And I thought that I'm one of many Detroit storytellers, whether obviously, as you've heard earlier, whether in music, you know, or in, you know, theater performance or literature or, you know, visual art. I'm just one of many storytellers, and I want to contribute something personal to the narrative about my city.
And which you have in a really immense way. And one of the narratives, this is her current play running on Broadway, a photo from Skeleton Crew. An absolutely phenomenal production, absolutely phenomenal. This is the final play in the Detroit cycle, right? And you know, I remember you talking about your inspiration behind some of the characters. This is a play that takes place in the year 2008. 2008. So we know what was happening in our world, particularly industrial, in many of our industrial towns, but Detroit in particular. And to set it in an auto plant factory, right? I know you remember talking about your family having so much history in Detroit, but also working in the factory. And so, you know, the choice was so fitting to follow the lives of these 4 individuals who became a family at this plant. But I'm curious in regards to how, you know, your family and how that particularly inspired these characters.
Yeah, you know, I come from a long line of auto workers, as do many people, and I've never worked in a factory myself, but the factory built my family, and it built, obviously, my city, and it built this country. And there was that time in 2008 when I would go home. I was living in Brooklyn. That is I feel very native to Brooklyn, even though, you know, I've now not lived there and like had a home there in about 5 years, but that is my New York home, is Brooklyn. And I remember when I would go back to Detroit, I was now seeing Detroit from like an outsider perspective, you know, and would see like homes in my neighborhood, which was a very, you know, more upper working middle class neighborhood, you know, and that was not the area of Detroit. You would see abandoned houses and boarded up homes, and yet that was what was happening at that time. And then friends and family members were taking, like they were walking away from their jobs in the factory, and they were, you know, taking bad severance deals. And I was just like, what's happening, you know? And I'll just never forget, my husband and I went to a wedding. And we went to a wedding. We saw this woman with a lot of stuff in her car. We're like, yo, she's got a lot of stuff in her car. And we went to the wedding. And when we came out, like hours later, it was at a hotel in parking lot. We came out, and she was still in the car with her stuff. So we walked over to her. You know, we said, excuse me, miss, we noticed you've been here for a while, you know. And she was like, we're like, are you all right? She was like, I'm okay. We're like, are you sure? Because you've been out here like for hours, you know. And she says, you know, I'm fine. I fell on some hard times, but I'm all right. And I was like, well, so we were like, can we give you something? Can we do anything? She says, if you want to give me something, you give me something, but otherwise I'm going to be all right, you know? So we, you know, put some money together, gave it to her, said goodbye to her, got in a car and drove off and started crying. And we were both like, what the hell happened? Like, what's happening to our city? Like, we the city of people making the cars, not the city of people living in their cars. And there's something wrong. There's something wrong that happened to this city for that to be the narrative, you know, for us to see this repetitive, like losing homes. And you can tell me a few people made some bad decisions with their houses, you know. You can't tell me a whole city did that. And so that's the first time I ever learned about predatory lending, you know. And, but I say all that to say, and then I just remember, you know, when Mitt Romney was running against Obama, I remember him saying, we should let Detroit go bankrupt. And I was like, who is this man talking about? Who's he talking about? Is he picturing somebody taking a jet to Washington when he's talking about that? Like, is he picturing my aunt that like worked triple overtime in a factory and developed like narcolepsy? You know what I mean? Or my uncle who like lost hearing from working in a stamping plant. I remember when I would ask, you know, I was talked to a lot of auto workers, and one of the things that kept repeatedly coming up was, one, how much they love their jobs. And I remember reading online, people were calling like the UAW workers lazy. And I was like, these people love their jobs. And they lose arms and limbs to do these jobs, you know? Very similar to the dirt under your nails, you know? I believe in telling the stories of the people with the dirt under their nails, you know? And so for me, Skeleton Crew is to remind, I also think when Trump had won the presidency, I remember people were talking about that we had failed the working class, as if they were like all white and from Iowa, you know? And I was like, the people that built this country look like the world, not even this country, you know? And that is, in the working class, that's everybody, you know? And so for me, this is also a play about reminding us of the faces of the working class and the laborers in our country. Yeah.
So it's interesting. Thank you for that, Dom. This play, currently, we actually have a clip of one of the scenes from this play, and it's interesting to hear that story about what inspired the character of Faye that's played by Felicia Rashad. I think maybe I double click.
That's just the shit about life. One minute you passing a woman on the freeway holding up the will work for food sign, and next minute you sleeping in your car. Damn near.
What are we gonna do, Faye? You gotta tell me how to help.
See, that's the shit I ain't want.
What you mean?
Being made helpless, stripping me to the last scrap. Lose the house, the family, the job. You know what's next?
Faye?
The soul did nothing. I'm running on soul right now, Reggie. It's the only thing still got fuel in it, and you and this pity gonna drive me to empty.
This ain't about pride, Faye.
I grew up in the east side of Detroit. You know that? I've seen buildings burned to the ground on Devil's Night. People squatting in houses with no running water. My mama could barely afford to keep the gas on, and we still found ways to stay warm. I don't like nobody questioning my ability to rise up. I'm a born and raised East Sider, and if there's one thing I know is how to rise the hell up.
And how you gonna do that with no help? We supposed to be. I grew up at your house, my whole family, holidays, barbecues. This don't just affect you, you know that? You keeping this from me, it ain't right, and it ain't fair.
Don't tell me nothing about it ain't fair. It ain't fair, it ain't fair. Life ain't fair.
Yeah. Wow. The other actor in that scene is Mr. Brandon Durden.
Yes, Brandon Durden.
And they, I mean, the transformative nature that Ms. Rashad, in that, you know, with your world, with your words, with that character is really, truly unbelievable, and allows us to follow in the depth, right, of humanity and the humanity of these people. Which clearly I think is a big goal of yours, right? Is to be able to, you know, what I love a lot about your writing is that, yes, there's the activism, the resistance sits in the theme, but your heroes, your anti-heroes, you love them all so equally. The conflicts, you love each one of those characters so equally. You know, where I may have a judgment on one person or the next. But can you just talk to me about your process of which is what I think makes a great writer, right? It's what I think also, you know, the didacticness, that you're not placing judgment on anyone. Yeah, so talk to me about that.
I've been asked that a few times, you know, like, your characters, they all have a point of view, you know. And I tried to figure out, like, I try to answer, like, where that comes from, you know. And I figured something out. I don't know if this is right, but this is where I'm at right now. I figured it out. I was in 5th grade, and I had this debate class, and debate class was the high class. Like, everybody loved debate class. And our teacher, she was just, like, young and exciting, you know. And so you were just dying to be able to, like, everybody had their debate, and the days of debate were like, oh, we got a debate today, and we can't wait, you know. It was very much like, ooh, and ah, you know, in the class. And the day before my debate was gonna be on gun control. And I was supposed to be fighting for gun control, like we need less guns on the street. And my opponent was supposed to be fighting for, you know, not having gun control. I don't know what happened, but she got the assignment mixed up. So the day of the debate, we were both arguing the same side. And so it was the most boring debate of all the debates. And it was just like, it was awful. I was embarrassed. I mean, I got an A, but it was like the worst A you could ever get. You know? It's like, this is like, nobody cared. People were like doodling during our debate, you know. And I was like, this is so uninteresting. People with the same point of view is so uninteresting theater. It's not interesting theater. You know what I mean? So I was like, I would have rather have debated the other side than to sit up here with her and say the same thing back and forth, you know, in front of this audience. And I think that somewhere in there is the seed of why I'm drawn to debate, really.
I'm drawn to, like, people believe fervently the things that they believe and why, you know? And it comes from something, and somewhere underneath there's like the thread of connection and humanity is understanding. And somewhere, if I can just get my head around how you think, it doesn't mean I'm gonna change the way you think, but I have to figure out how to either coexist, you know, with your thinking, or if your thinking is that destructive to me, I got to figure out how to take you out with that thinking. Yeah. There's one or the other, you know? Right. But if I don't understand your thinking, I can't do anything. Gotcha. I can't dismantle it, and I can't coexist with it. That's right. So for me, understanding is the core of good storytelling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love that. Well, you know, another core of good storytelling, I also mentioned she was a poet. I want to throw another title in there, DJ, right? Every situation, you used to throw the epic house parties in which you would DJ all night long. And I mean, it's so funny because with theater people, I mean, I guess, you know, theater, you never think about theater people as being like DJs all night long, but at a Dominique Morisseau, like her play openings, closings, you would always request to have turntables in the lobby, and it would throw every theater across the country off, like they didn't know what was happening. But because you were gonna get up there and spin on the ones and twos. But what I also realized is that, you know, there is the musicality that sits within your work, how music informs your work. I would love if you know, and one namely, Ain't Too Proud to Beg, you wrote a musical about musicians from Detroit. And so what I would, you know, if you could just share with us the process, and then we'll share a little clip.
Yeah, Ain't Too Proud is different. It was brought to me by producers and directors. This was a thing that was always going to happen, you know? So it was like whether or not I was going to be a part of it was always the gamble, but they were going to try to get a Temptations musical on Broadway. I know someone named me, Michael Friedman, the composer before, the late great composer Michael Friedman, said to the producers, if you're going to do a theater story on Detroit, you need to talk to Dominique. I feel very good about just that at least if you say the word Detroit, my name comes up, that feels good, you know? And then the producers read Detroit 67, and the very first song that someone plays in the opening page of Detroit 67, the character, Shell, is listening to Ain't Too Proud to Beg by the Temptations. That's like the first thing, you know? So that was the play that they read, and they were like, she's gotta be the one, you know? But what really made me want to do it, because there were other, you know, there's a movie, an iconic movie about the Temptations already. There's already so much known about the Temptations, but for me, what made me want to tell it for theater and in musical theater was that during the time when we were bringing this show out, which is 2017, you know, Black Lives Matter was just beginning to like form its identity in the world. It was not yet being canvassed across streets. It was more like put them on a terrorist group, you know, watch lists. And during that time, I remember feeling a complex feeling about being an artist and like, what is our role as artists? And we are largely in theater doing our work in front of predominantly white, affluent audiences. And at some point, is that gonna change? And how do we participate in like the change? And when I read Otis Williams' biography, Otis, who was the founding member and last remaining member of the original group, I remember reading and saying, oh, they had the same questions, you know? I didn't know this about Motown. I didn't know that. I didn't know they went on strike. I didn't know they were trying to strike, but this person talked them out of it. I didn't know what it felt like for them to be from Detroit at the time of the Detroit uprising in 1967. And like, they were out on the road hearing about what's happening to their hometown. You know, like I didn't know those things that felt pretty now to me, and I wanted to explore it from a point of view of today. Yeah. And many times in the story and working on it, we have, you know, just more and more, the story became more and more and more contemporary as we went. As more Black death was captured on video, you know, the more our story felt like now again. But anyway, but it also, for me, I mean, the Temptations is my parents' favorite group. You know, I grew up on their music, obviously, like you know them better than you know your own contemporary artists. And to be able to be the scribe for what is Detroit's one of our most iconic, you know, music groups, that felt like an important thing for me to say yes to. And then Otis Williams was someone to say yes. You know, he was someone to talk to and realize like this man has kept his group together for so many years, and his story is pretty underknown. So I thought it's a nice time to give him his illumination.
That's right. That's right.
Before he, you know, before he's not here anymore.
I know you wanna leave me, but I refuse to let you go. If I have to beg you leave for your sympathy, I don't mind, 'cause you mean that much to me. Ain't too proud to beg, and sweet darling, please don't leave me, don't you go. Ain't too proud to leave me, baby, don't leave me, girl, don't you go. It was just my imagination, running away with me. It was just my imagination, running away with me. But my life is incomplete, I'm so blue, 'cause I can't get next to you. I can't get next to you, baby. I can't get next to you. I just can't. I can't get next to you, baby. I can't get next to you. Oh, next to you.
And you gotta, that's, you know, every time I can't like stop sitting in my seat, you know, because I gotta just move my shoulders. Yes, and you got a Tony nomination for that show. Yeah. So there that is. You know, it was said earlier today about how, you know, even within our joy is an act of resistance. Our music is an act of resistance. What I thought was so profound in Ain't Too Proud to Beg is particularly Motown, which, you know, the Berry Gordy was always about the way in which all of these musicians looked. They had to be presentable in a very specific way in these very tailored, manicured suits, you know, to show this opulence of our people and our culture. But what I loved that you brought out and just spoke about is the internal resistance that they were also, that may not have seen on the surface, that we might have seen on the television. Do you know that when they made those appearances, but that definitely they were grappling with the internal kind of the themes of resistance, at least that artists, musicians, that Black people, no matter at what stage they're performing on, have to contend with.
Yeah, it was important to me, and I think to the company that ended up performing the show, to not let this just be a singing and dancing Black folks on stage, you know, that there was gravitas to the story, and that we were showing acts of resistance and naming what it feels like to be Black performers, trying to be on stage performing when our humanity, our total humanity, is not being considered in the world. And I think there, again, were many times when that was mirrored in the tradition of just trying to tell stories on Broadway in a very capitalist-driven engine, you know, for theater, and a very like money, you know. I mean, I connected to that too about what Bisa was saying around just the art and finance of New York City, and of, you know, and of just commercial theater, and that's it. You're almost having to fight for what's being said on stage to be supported off stage, and they're almost like not even connected. They're not even connected at all. They don't. The irony is always lost on, you know. That's right. on the you know, producing entities out there that what they're asking people to do, but what the workers, you know, you can do a play like Skeleton Crew and have like about workers' rights and be arguing with folks about actually respecting the actual workers. Wow. Around the show, you know.
And so that for me has become a call of like, they're not disconnected. Like I cannot tell stories and not mean what I'm saying on those stages. Like it just doesn't make any sense. How would I write the things that I write if I didn't practice this in my life?
That's right. Well, you know, wow, yes, please, yes.
You know?
And that's one of the reasons why I think I have, you know, I mean, to name a few, so much respect for you, because you are authentic in every moment, right? Not just what's happening on the page, what's off stage. And it brings me to actually a situation that American Theater Magazine, that you wrote an open letter. Yeah, I hear a laugh. Yeah, Michael, you know what I'm talking about. But I think it's important because I think in our world what we realize is that, and what we've been listening to today, is that art creates culture. Culture can affect and change policy. And if you could tell us a little bit about, there was a circumstance, I believe it was at Lincoln Center Theater. I'm not quite sure which theater it was.
No, it was Playwrights Horizons.
Oh, I didn't mean to out the
many
theater,
moons
I'm
ago.
sorry.
It's fine. It's
Yeah.
okay. No, and I'm trying to figure out how to tell this in a very short way, but I was ultimately going to the theater, and I just didn't. I was an artist who had already developed the play that was on the stage, and I knew everybody in the show, you know, and so I was going to go support. But that night, I just didn't feel like paying an exorbitant theater rate to go see a play. And so I asked if there were any discount tickets, and the people at the box office said, "Hold on, we'll see." So I waited. I was like, "Hey, if there's not, I won't see the show tonight. No problem," you know. But I just wasn't going to pay that much for a show I already developed. So a white woman patron and her husband, who's a black man, but the woman came, the box office team came over and said, "Hey, she has an extra ticket. Somebody's not showing up, so maybe you can talk to her and you guys can get the ticket," you know. And I was like, "Oh, I'm not going to ask this woman for her tickets. I'm good." You know, they were like, "Well, we've talked to," you know, they kind of were trying to like help it but not help it, you know. And so they brought her over to me, you know, and she looked very hesitant to give it to me, you know. And I said, "Ma'am, if you don't want to give up your tickets, you don't have to, you know, it's fine. Like, I'll be okay, you know. But if nobody's going to take it, if it's going to go to waste, I'll take it. But yeah, please don't feel like you have to do this." So she goes, "No, it's okay." She hands me the ticket. I think she had two because my friend was with me. So she hands us the tickets and she goes, "You know, just don't pop your gum or anything like that." And, well, I wasn't even chewing gum, so that was what was weird, you know? It's like, what gum, you know?
Meanwhile, you're the playwright.
That was the beginning of like, okay, this is gonna be a weird night. And, but then as I'm watching the show, next to her, not far from her, actually, a few seats down, the show is hilarious, but the audience doesn't necessarily know that yet, you know? I know it because I developed it, you know? And I know everybody on the stage, and so they kind of stand on stage and they look out at you, and they can see me. The actors see me and they're like, "Dominique's here," you know? So they're doing a thing with me and I'm just laughing. We're cracking up. And like it's one of those slow burns, you know, you figure it out as you go. Some people might laugh right away. Some people have to take a minute to figure out, is this happening? You know? I knew, of course, I was one of the people that was laughing right away. And also I'm being generous to my fellow actors because they're seeking it. They're seeking somebody out there and know that we're being funny right now. And so I was laughing. I kept laughing. And eventually, my benefactor leaned forward and asked me to stop laughing. And I just said, that was too much for me, you know. And so I said, she said, could you not laugh so loud? I said, absolutely not. I cannot do that for you. And we finished watching the show, you know. And I remember after the show, I just went over to her and said, "Why? I don't understand why you felt the need to. I'm curious as you can talk about why you felt the need to police my reaction." And then she didn't want to talk. You know, she was mad. And I said, "That's fine. I'm going to write an article about," I had no idea what I was talking about, but I was like, "I'm going to write an article about this in some paper. You can read about this experience of your entitlement. I'm just wondering why you felt so entitled. It's just because you gave me a ticket, you know?" And so I left, and then I wrote an article, you know. I wrote an article, and I was like, "Who wants this article?" American Theater Magazine took it, and it was their most read article because the title was "Why I Almost Slapped a Theater Patron," and what that says about our theater.
was profound because what I love what you know, the way in which you just framed it, your benefactor leaned over, like, I allowed you in my space, and now you showed up as your authentic self, and that is not allowed here.
That wasn't allowed.
Which I think in the macro level, particularly of theater artists, Black theater artists, which are producing work around the country, we're constantly reminded that these are white institutions that have a cultural mores, right? We have to behave in a certain way, and that is not allowed here. Your authentic self is not allowed here. Yeah. So one thing I want to bring up is that I went to your play the other night, and this has happened at several of your plays, and by several, in 2017, 2018, 2019, Dominique was the most produced playwright in America. So we're talking about plays across the country. But this was the insert, and I want to read it. Permissions for engagement. Consider this an invitation to be yourselves in this audience. This is from a note from the playwright, Dominique Morisseau. You are allowed to laugh audibly. You are allowed to have audible moments of reaction and response. My work welcomes a few mm-hms and or mm-ms. Should you need to use them, just maybe in moderation, only when you really need to vocalize. This can be church for some of us, and testifying is allowed. This is also live theater, and the actors need you to engage with them in a way that doesn't distract or thwart their performance. Please be an audience member that joins with the village, either silently or vocally, in support of the journey we will take collectively. Exhale together, laugh together, say amen should you need to. This is a community, so let's go. Peace and love, Dominique. So, again, I think act of resistance, but this is an act of change, because now you have forced theaters across the country to make sure that people, all people, feel welcome at your shows.
Yeah, I've also been policed at my own show. So I mean, that came out of doing it at Lincoln Center. I was doing my play Pipeline at Lincoln Center. Thank you. Yes. Thank you, guys. And when I was, Pipeline that's a hard one for the actors, because it is going to the bottom. It is about the school to prison pipeline, and you have a mother who's trying to fight for her son not to be criminally charged for an incident that happened between him and his private school teacher. And so throughout that play, these Black actors have to go to the bottom of the ocean, and they were like, oh, this is gonna be really hard to do in front of this affluent white audience, you know, and I said, well, I mean, they're gonna be there because that's Lincoln Center's audience, you know, and I mean, if you're competing for like richest, whitest audience, Lincoln Center might take the crown, so, but what I could do is I'm gonna work very hard to make sure this audience is diversified, so you're not gonna be just doing it in front of them. You know, and I work very hard with the marketing department. That theater often, during the run of Pipeline, very consistently looked like a New York City subway. And but I also said, if I'm gonna do all of that, I'm gonna bring these people to the theater, I can't have them being policed when they come. That's just not gonna work, you know. They got to be able to come and do what watch theater, how they watch theater. And, you know, I mean, obviously, if theater is not your first sport, you know, you might need to know how to watch it, like to just what's not going to distract your performers, right? But that doesn't mean that you have to be told to restrict who you are to watch a show culturally. I also want to say people really confuse cultural specificity with disrespect. You know, we don't want people coming in disrespect, and disrespect is not this. Cultural response has nothing to do with disrespectful assholes. That's got nothing to do with nobody's culture. I don't know who drank too much before they came to this theater. That could look like anybody. That's not the kind of thing. When I say I want cultural response, people always like to go, we don't like disrespect, and those are not linked. Let's unlink them real fast, you know? Cultural response has to do with the call and response tradition of people. That's right. You know, that don't have nothing to do with I don't respect you and nobody else and how much you pay for your ticket. You know, so there's I like to fight for that, but that came out of Pipeline and wanting to dramatically change the space of Lincoln Center. Amen. Thank you.
I thank you, and you know, I also think, you know, it really has to deal with your gaze as a Black artist and making sure that the theater was also responding to your gaze and not to their gaze.
Yeah, yeah.
So since we're talking about pipeline, I have a small clip. You talk about going to the depths of the ocean that these characters deal with. It talks about the school to pipeline, school to prison pipeline, yeah? So let's just watch this scene.
Tell me what devil got into your hands, made you attack your teacher.
You don't understand, Ma.
Make me.
They're not going to be lenient with a third strike.
He said he didn't slam that teacher, but on the video it looks like
video. If it goes viral, I'm a rapper.
You'll be a celebrity.
I'll be public enemy #1. You broke protocol.
There is no protocol in war. Go! Get the nurse now!
Got a bunch of parents, teachers, politicians, whoever, trying to understand these kids. How are you going to understand a book you only skimmed?
Tell me how to save you. Tell me how to give you another life. Tell me what will take this failure away. Morning, class.
Yeah, that's a.
And I wanted to share, you know, I'm glad we shared that clip, and I hope everyone got to see a snapshot of the audience in that show.
Yeah.
Which does not look like a normal
No.
New York City, right, Lincoln Center audience.
Yeah.
So, you know, job well done there.
Well, thank you. You can see, you can actually, I'm glad they showed this. This is actually the film version of Pipeline, and it's available. People can still watch it, you know?
That's right, on PBS.
Yeah, it's on and Broadway HD, which you can get through, I don't know if people have Amazon Prime or some other kind of thing, but they can watch it on Broadway HD. And I'm proud of this filming, because it's a well filmed, you know?
Yeah.
It's not Spike Lee's level of like, because he can film the hell out of some theater, but it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Yeah.
And, you know, it's something interesting, and I just want you, you know, it obviously deals with the interrogation of the education system.
Yeah.
And the power structures that lie within public and private education. Yeah. And you're an educator yourself, right? Your mom is an educator.
Yeah.
So can you just, you know, talk a little bit about just sort of your influences around particularly education and how that plays into your work?
Yeah. I mean, I grew up with an educator mother and father. My father wasn't a teacher, but he was, my father was a mathematical genius, and so he was just like our unofficial educator of all things, even when I didn't want it. But, you know, and I'm here on the shoulders of my father. Lost my father at the top of 2020, but his influence is in Skeleton Crew. It's in all of my work. And Pipeline, this is very much my mother. I taught with my mother for a year when I was first out of college. And I've been working in public schools and a teacher for many years, and in public schools all across New York City. And in that time, I just have seen a lot of burnout from teachers. But I remember when Betsy DeVos was named our Secretary of Education, and she had never worked in a public school, which I don't know how you make policy for people when you've never lived in the world that they have to exist in. Like, how do you govern people that you don't even know? You know, and so for me, it was, I remember they talk a lot about failure in education. That's everybody's big thing, because none of us wants to fail our kids, you know. And they talk a lot about failure, like who is doing the failing when it comes to the young people, you know? And I always think, if you're gonna blame public school teachers, like it's the teachers are just not as good and the teachers are failing the students, then I have to say, then who's failing the teachers? Because as a public school educator and a child of a public school educator, I have seen the 50 kids in a classroom. I've seen the caregiving and the mental health crisis management that public school teachers have to do before they can even teach you the first 3 letters of the alphabet. And so if we truly care about education, then you have to care for the educators. And for me, Pipeline is an exploration of both education and educators, and the trickle down that leads to the pipeline.
Amazing, thank you. So, as she said, you can catch that on PBS, Broadway HD. Ain't Too Proud to Beg is beginning its national tour.
Yeah, Ain't Too Proud is on national. You like all other black people that come see the show, they be like, Ain't Too Proud to Beg. I'm like, I should have never.
Oh, right. You
titled
left off the
it.
beg.
You know,
you know I do that all the time.
Because, and as do all other people that know that I should have never titled the play Ain't Too Proud and left out the very other two words of the song, because they will be put in there. But it is on tour. It just started its national tour. So it's coming back out. It'll be, you know, back on the East Coast, but it's right now it's in the South. It's in Florida.
Fantastic.
You know. Yeah.
And Skeleton Crew closes tomorrow.
Skeleton Crew Sally. It was a limited engagement, and it closes tomorrow on Broadway. But hopefully, you know, there'll be another life at some point. I've always been working on that, so that will come. It's already been around the country, but that's what we're going to try to get it going around the country again.
Sounds like a TV show's coming for Skeleton Crew. Okay.
Yeah.
And the last is you have an upcoming play. Just wanted to highlight and bubble up and uplift that is going to be opening at the Signature Theater called Confederates.
Confederates is, don't let the title fool you. Confederates is, it should also be called, like, I'm going to subtitle it Critical Race Theory. But it's so funny that you're working on 1619 Project, because one of my idols around this project is the 1619 Project and Nicole Hannah-Jones. This is a play about two black women, one an enslaved rebel on a very close to the Mason-Dixon line plantation, and one a black woman professor at a predominantly white university very close to the Mason-Dixon line and of today. And it's looking at both of these two women's journey toward liberation under the systems of white supremacy and predominantly white institutionalism and gender and economics, and how both of these women are navigating those things in their world. And as the play goes on, it's sort of hard to tell which world is which. And it's also, I always want to say this to people, it's a pretty fun play. So speaking of play, you know, I thought if we're going to explore this world, the enslaved world might be the most fun part of the play to watch, actually. And I just won't explain what that means. You just have to see it. But it lives in a bit of there's dramatic storytelling, obviously, but there's also a huge element of satire in the play that I think will be appreciated by those who like satire. I don't know. Yeah.
That's amazing. Well, Dominique, I know we are out of time at this point.
Yeah.
But I just want to thank you and thank all the producers here today. And just to you specifically, you know, you stand. I loved hearing you talk about your artist work and inspirations, but also your activism and how they're intricately tied. You stand in the legacy of Lorraine, Alice, Audrey, Adrian.
Yeah.
And one thing I want to say is I want to uplift Octavia Butler.
Ashe.
Right? And there's a quote by Octavia that says, although there is nothing new under the sun, there are always new suns. So shine on, sister. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to give a great and brief thank you to Dominique and Camilla and Farah and Regina and Tyler and Deb and Bisa and Linda for making this a really marvelous and magical Saturday in downtown Newark at the Newark Museum of Art. So thank you. Thank you on behalf of Rutgers Newark for making Black Portraiture 7 play and performance and this 42nd Marion Thompson Wright lecture so marvelous and so meaningful. So I just want to say thank you, and I'll hand it over to Jack.
Well, thank you, Salamisha Tiller. Thank you for the brilliance of curating all this. Thank you so much. And also a tip of the hat to teachers, because the teachers have been key in this whole day. We have the teachers who are on the panel, but also the teachers who've been joining as a regular part of MTW. If you are a teacher, we will make available to you for no cost the MTW Reader. So just send us an email and we'll send you a copy. But also, I wanted to have a chance, before we give our thank yous, our many thank yous, just a brief little chance for Noelle Lorraine Williams, who is the new person at the New Jersey Historical Society, working in the position that Giles Wright had left in 2009 when he passed away. So we just wanted to have a chance to have her join us. She's in the, hey. Noelle, thanks for joining us. Thanks for waiting. But we just wanted to say hello and welcome you to that position that has been so critical for MTW, but also so critical for New Jersey. So maybe just say a few words and yeah, thank you. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Jack, and good afternoon, everyone. Wow, what a wonderful morning this has been. Today, we stand in the paths of that our ancestors have forged, both literally and figuratively, ranging from Broad Street, which is only a few feet away, which is believed to have been a Lenape footpath, to my mother, and finally to Mr. Giles Wright, the co-founder of this conference. I never met Giles Wright, but I watched him from the audience. Enveloped by the room's darkest hues of crimson and black, the MTW lectures have always felt like home, the living room, the front porch, or a barbecue. For those of us whose families talk, congregate, and debate everywhere in and outside the home, whether playing or in utter seriousness. As the new director of the African American History Program with the New Jersey Historical Commission, a division of the Department of State led by the esteemed Secretary Tahisha Way, a position that was created for Giles Wright and was only held by him until I was appointed, I am literally standing in a path that he forged. Just the other day, as I prepared for a news interview on the Underground Railroad in Northern New Jersey, I revisited the commission guide that Giles Wright wrote in 2002 called Steal Away, a guide to the Underground Railroad in New Jersey, a document that reporters, scholars, community historians, and artists still quote from and use to this day, almost 20 years later. As I prepared for the interview, I followed the clarity of his words, the invitation to the audience to learn, and the responsibility of creating opportunities for grassroots learning and scholarship. I was amazed that the energy I felt from Mr. Wright at my earliest MTW lectures still lived in these pages. Wow. African Americans, whether straight or LGBTQ, religious or not, often use the term play for someone who is close to them, but not a blood relative, as in play cousin or play aunt. In this way, everyone becomes family, another term that is held in high regard. Today, as we continue to advance the knowledge and scholarship of African Americans in New Jersey, and consequently the world, the spirit of Giles Wright, grassroots scholarship shared with a level of care, rigor, and intimacy is the spirit we will carry as we continue to rebuild our world today. Thank you.
In terms of some special announcements that we're going to make. So first of all, thank you all the participants and presenters. It's been a fabulous day. It's just been amazing, and the generosity of your spirit of sharing your honest thoughts and honest feelings and really being very clear with everybody here, but also the larger audience that's been coming in. We really appreciate that. And it's going to communicate so beautifully over the waves. I want to say thank you to the MTW Study Club, Larry Green, Barry Jackson, Leonard Muse, Mary Sue Sweeney Price, who was at one time the director of the Newark Museum, Rosamund King, and Noelle Lorraine Williams as well. Outreach, Nora Leongo at Rutgers, Newark, Carrie Stetler, who's also here, Isaac Jimenez, and also Hal, the Humanities Action Lab, Imagining America, Rutgers University faculty and staff and students. We apologize for all the people we've left out. And the sponsors of Prudential Financial, the Ford Foundation, the New Jersey Historical Commission, the Department of the State, the Office of the Chancellor, Rutgers University, Newark, Office of the Associate Vice President for Strategic Initiative in the Arts and Humanities, Rutgers University, and the New Jersey Council for the Humanities, a state partner of the National Endowment for the Humanities. Express Newark, of course, that's Salamisha, who's the director. Also Nick Klein, who is here. I don't know where you are, Nick. Are you still over here? Nick, could you stand up, please? Could you just stand up so people can see who you are? And also Aaliyah. Aaliyah, are you here? Where are you? Aaliyah Ellen? Okay, Aaliyah's in the very back there, holding up the building. Aaliyah, thank you so much. And Gwen Thomas as well. Thank you, Gwen Thomas. And then we have a number of student volunteers from the Honors College, Rib Mahmoud, Goodness Ifesanya, excuse me for mispronouncing your names, Allison Lopez Donato, and Aisha Siddiqui, who has been keeping time up here. So thank you all for volunteering. And then finally, but not the least, the people I have a privilege of working with at the Price Institute, which include Alexander Chang, who's the interim associate director, Claudia Sepulveda, who put in many 24/7 weeks on this, and Crystal Robinson, who's been the communications assistant. So thank you, all of you. And now for the little bit of treats. I mean, this is, now, so we would have liked to have given everybody goodie bags, but because we're online, we want to figure out what's a way to kind of have people come back downtown again and come back to remember what it means to go to the New York Museum bookstore, for example. So we have a special discount for all people who are here, but also online for the book discount, for the gift store discount. But we also have a special discount at La Cocina, which is our favorite Cuban restaurant just down the street. These are all online, so you get the code, so you can just flash them, but also tell them that you came to the MTW, and they will know. But also the Source of Knowledge bookstore, which has survived very difficult times and has done really well, but they need your support, so please go to them, and they will give you a discount as well. And then also, thanks to Rutgers University Press, which is offering a very good discount off the Marion Thompson Wright Reader, and also they will mail the book to you free. And again, if you are a teacher and you write to us at the Price, we will send you a copy of that book so you can have it for your teaching. So thank you all. Salamisha, thank you again. This is fantastic.